I'm not a ranger. Now, one summer my boyfriend and I drove up and down California and just slept in the bed of his truck. One day, we went to the Emerald Pools near Lake Tahoe and crashed at a public campground nearby. There was maybe one other person there as well as campground hosts. Now, in the middle of the night, I woke up and had a really weird feeling. I sat up and realized that the passenger side door of the truck was swung open. We had locked ourselves in bed with my camper shell, so you had to unlock it from the inside to get out. I was extremely nervous, as my boyfriend calls it, because we always made super sure the doors were closed and locked before bed. I was so creeped out that I could barely sleep for the rest of the night. To this day, we still have no idea who or what opened it or why. When I was a kid in the Colorado Rockies, I was taking my horse and the whole band of dogs we had, which is 2 Labradors, an Aussie and a Dachshund, to our pond by my grandparents' place. I decided it was a great idea to venture the way back through the thicker parts of the pine forest. I knew the way and so did the animals, horse included. About 5 minutes from the home, I was oblivious to the world and didn't notice that the dogs were no longer with me. When I finally decided to come back to the real world and notice the missing dogs, I turned back since you don't go anywhere without them. I get about halfway back to the house, come up to a small gully, heavily filled with pines, and there is this huge tom cougar staring at me, right in the path. I'm 8 at the time, a small guy, and a tasty morsel for this animal. Luckily I'm on the horse. Upon seeing the animal, it immediately bolts it directly past it to the pasture. The cat seemed to run after us. We rolled up into the drive, head towards the pasture, and this is where my adventure ended. After I put the horse up, the dogs find me again and we're walking back to the house when they get really jumpy and timid. I stop and have a good look around. There is a large old pine sitting the distance between the pasture and the horse and the lowest branch. I see that Tom again. Luckily, the presence of the dogs deter any action, but I made it a point to pass far away from the tree, and as calmly as possible, I tell my grandpa about what happened and he grabs his rifle, but he never found the thing. So this didn't happen to me, but I live in the area where it took place. My friend and I were discussing the scariest things that we've seen in the woods, and he told me a story that happened to his friend. So this guy was with 5 of his friends and was spending a few days in a cabin hunting and trapping. They were not drunk but had a few beers to unwind one night, so one of them goes out to the outhouse to use the bathroom. He can hear some faint beating sounds in the distance like a low drum. So he finishes in the outhouse and goes into the cabin to tell his friends to come and check out the sound. So they all grab their rifles and walk out the ridge of their cabin, down the holloway behind it and up the other side. It's a pretty rocky area, so the sound travels far. They could tell that it's just over the hill, so 5 of them spread out about 50 feet and walk up to the top. They can't see completely over there because there's large bushes around them. Now they just sneak down and try and see what it is. One of them goes over there and he stands there and watches for about 30 seconds to a minute before telling his friends that they have to run as quick as they can and saying what he saw was evil and they need to get out of there now. He said all he could see was a bunch of naked people dancing around a fire pit with some kind of pentagram on the floor. He never told them about everything he saw. He just said he was too scared ever to go back in the woods again or near that area. I was born and raised in Charlotte, NC, and still live on the east side. There's a local public park near my parents' house called McAlpine Creek, which was mainly a large cross-country trail stretching miles across East Charlotte. The park is enveloped by hundreds of acres of dense forest and underdeveloped land that is discreetly placed amidst busy streets and highways. You almost don't realise it because of the stretches of infrastructure around it. There's a myth and folklore tale about a devil church or satanic ritual area deep within that park. There's a few videos of people trying to find it. Now, in my senior year of high school, after searching around the internet, I heard about where this is supposed to be and decided I want to find it. So my girlfriend and I at the time decided to try and find it on the road that leads into the church. We end up driving down miles of winding roads behind a car max that borders the dense woods of the park where a small neighbourhood of sorts is. I think I gotten the two street names wrong, but they're very close to the spot. Now, cautiously driving down these quiet and dark roads, we found a seemingly abandoned dirt track offshooting from the paved road. Keep in mind that there's almost no streetlights anywhere. We're driving about another 2 or 3 minutes and there had been a pickup truck behind us for maybe 50 feet or so. Upon seeing the dirt track and everything else around, our interest had peaked. We stopped the car to discuss what we want to do. We began to slowly pull onto the dirt track simultaneously. The pickup truck ahead abruptly stops and stays in place. We notice this, having pulled finally into the dirt road at this point. We're immediately frozen in panic. The driver of the truck quickly puts their car into reverse and began to immediately back up towards us at max speed. I throw my car into reverse and panic in an attempt to back away from where we come from. I was able to get turned around and drive back into the woods fairly quickly. The driver's accelerating at us at full speed now and I have to floor it to try and get out of there. We literally never look back. We never ended up finding the church and have no idea who was following us in the woods that day. I'm not sure if this is the right place for this, but when I went to high school in a small Minnesota town, mostly farmland intersected by wooded areas, and of course dozens of small lakes. One side of my neighbourhood was bordered by a relatively large marshland that you could access by a slope that wound down a trail. This trail curves through the marsh into a big patch of woods, about 3/4 of a mile away. In the fall or spring, after heavy rain, a fog would often settle over the marshes, as it was much lower than the surrounding area. It really looks like something out of a Stephen King novel. After one of these rains, my brother and I, he's probably about 13 and I was 16 at the time, decided it's a great idea to explore the woods in the fog. Although the sun was setting fast, we knew that we could make it into the woods in about 10 minutes if we left immediately. We grabbed a couple of flashlights, knowing that it would get dark by the time we got home, and we head for the trail. Once we're in the trail and moving, it hit us just how thick the fog is. We'd only been walking for about a minute or two, but we have absolutely no visibility behind us, and 5 to 10 feet max in front of us. So we continue walking for a few more minutes, now we come up to a curve in the trail. This curve signalled that we're only about 100 yards from the entrance of the woods. At this point, there's a small lake on the left side of the trail and some marshland further to the right. Now we began walking past the lake when we hear a splash. Definitely much bigger than a fish jumping, almost like a person done it. It's a really strange sound. Now we couldn't have been up there for more than 15 seconds when we heard cracking and shuffling in the brush up ahead to our left. We stopped dead in our tracks and waited. At the end of our eyesight, which could only have been about 10 feet, a figure steps out from the brush bordering the fog. Now, it's so thick that we can't make out details, but he must have been about 6'4" and very broad-shouldered. As this figure made its way into the middle of the trail, my brother gasped and stopped. Its head shot over and looks right at us. It felt like it must have been an eternity, but it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. I felt true terror in that moment that I've never felt before. I began to take a small step backwards, and suddenly, the figure took over into the marshland running again. There were no houses or buildings or anything for miles in the direction that we ran. We kept on sprinting until we got back home, and we never went back to that area again. I grew up in the Midwest US. When I was a senior in high school, I was out for a hike at a local trail in the National Forest. This is a good 20 miles from town, way out in the sticks. It's a box canyon, so you start at the rim and hike down into the canyon. It was autumn and late afternoon when I pulled into the empty parking area, but there's plenty of light around. But by the time I got to the bottom, the sun's pretty low. I was down in the canyon and get the feeling that something isn't quite right. I start looking behind me as I walk every few steps. I can't shake this feeling. Finally, on one of these backward glances, I spotted a man peeking out from behind a tree, not far at all, maybe 100 feet away. It was the weirdest thing to catch somebody watching me. He knew I'd seen him and stepped out saying, "I'm not looking to scare you." He's a big adult male, very old looking, and I'm a scrawny 16-year-old kid, and we're on a trail in the public park. There's no reason to hide like that. He seems alarmed that I've even seen him. The only reason he was out there is if he's weird. I mumble something about getting back to my car, and this horrifying grin comes across his face. He's just standing there staring at me. I'm running for a long time and I can still tell that he's watching me. And when I get back to the parking area, there's no cars other than mine, which added to the weirdness. I realised later that he must have been out there for some time because of the state of his clothes. It's interesting how when you get the sensation that you're being watched, it's normally true. I have no idea what his intentions were. I'm just really glad that I was aware of what was going on and he didn't spring up on me, because I don't know what he was capable of. I went to a summer camp in a rural part of New Jersey back in the mid-1990s. The camp was situated on a long, narrow man-made lake. One end of the lake was reserved for swimming, which we'd do as a group activity every day or so. The swimming area had one long dock stretching straight out onto the water. The two square floating docks further apart. One of the two floating docks is further away, and although I had spent a few summers at this camp, I'd never seen anybody use the second dock. One day on the group, a dozen 11-year-olds got to the bright idea that we're going to swim out to the faraway dock. I consider this to be a challenge. When we reached the dock, I noticed a strange looking spider on the ladder that you had to climb up. I would have a heart attack. It was quite large in terms of overall footprint. Probably 3 inches from end to end. Nah, screw that. Spiders, of course, are normal critters in nature, but this one stood out as looking unusual. After the long swim, we took a few minutes to lie on the dock and rest in the sun. No way did they just go over that spider like that. It was relaxing and we were all having a good time. We started really messing around and decided to play around for a bit. We're playing a regular game where we shuffle towards one corner of the dock, making it sink. Oh god. As the corner of the dock starts to sink and fill with water, suddenly hundreds of giant spiders come, frantically crawling out from between the boards, swarming over around the feet of those who are still standing on the dry ground. This dock was theirs apparently. We all began to scream immediately and jump up trying to get away, but the spiders are in the water too. I vividly remember the feeling of them clinging to my wet hair as I began hopelessly trying to get them off. Adrenaline kicks in and we swim to the other side that's spider free. But this is a childhood trauma that lingers with me. I had not really been afraid of spiders before, but this is a turning point. The thought of us lying on the dock in the sun, unaware to how many of them were there, creeps me out to this day. That is literally hell on earth. I'm a child of the mountains and my hometown was completely mountainous, so I spent most of my childhood running through the forests and stuff. And one event that happened when I was 10 remains unexplained. I was on top of the ridge several hundreds of feet above my house when I started hearing my biological father yelling. In a very redneck area, he had a very distinct voice with no accent, so it's not really possible to confuse him for anyone else. His voice was coming from the other side of the ridge, which is a bit weird in retrospect because nobody over that way actually lived in that area and everyone avoided everyone in there. Even when hunting, we'd go around, the train was worse to deal with, but it's what we done. He starts calling my name, so I go down there. But the voice isn't getting any closer. I start feeling dread washing over me, and I suddenly remember my father's on a trip to Germany. I've never ran so fast. I didn't realise it until I got to the other side of the ridge, but the forest had been completely silent on the other side of the ridge, which never happens unless there's predators or the wind picks up. Normally, I'd think I was just getting closer to black bear territory, but the voice obviously makes it confusing. Unlike a number of stories like this I've heard over the years, the experience didn't really stop me from going into the woods. It just made me more curious. I've never had an explanation for it since, and it kind of worries me. The closest thing I've heard it could be is like a skinwalker, but I'm not sure. It may even be a person who is trying to stalk me in, but I guess I'll never know. Hey everyone. About 2 weeks ago, I had a really scary experience and my husband didn't believe me, but last night, he had a very similar experience and now we're both wondering what we could have possibly seen. So our puppy was barking to go outside and use the bathroom. It's about 4 or 5 AM. I took him out and stood on the steps of our deck because I didn't want to get my feet wet. My dog was using the bathroom when I looked up and I see something across the yard. It was slowly walking towards me, one step at a time. Its eyes were super reflective. I thought it was a deer, but its eyes were so tall and staring at me, and it wasn't running away. I hurried the dog up and we ran inside. I have reoccurring night terrors, so at first, my husband thinks it's just that, but I was crying and shaking and could barely be spoken to. He tells me it's probably a deer, but I wasn't convinced, and I refused to take the dog out after midnight again. As for my husband's experience, it was early in the morning, about 5 AM. The dog was barking and he took him outside. Once again, my husband stood on the deck outside. He didn't have his glasses, but when he looks up, he saw something tall standing in the forest near our backyard. He said he saw it walking slowly, almost gliding. He said that the moment he made eye contact, his nose was bleeding. My husband is typically not prone to them either. He said he wanted to get a closer look but felt the need to go inside, almost like an instinct. My husband's a zookeeper. He's not really afraid of animals and can recognize many of them. I still have no idea what this is. We live in Eastern PA. This happened around the 1900s in the countryside of South Brazil. My grandmother's grandfather was coming home from a ball very late at night. He lived in a small farm, and so to come from the party place he had a long way to walk in the middle of nothing, with just trees and bushes. And well, you can imagine how the countryside of Brazil was, especially back then. He said that while he was walking, all of a sudden he heard strange noises and lights. Scared, he hid in the bushes to see what was happening. He He said there were very little men speaking in a foreign language. Behind him, there was 2 huge plates stacked on top of another, with lights all over them. He stayed hiding and praying until they left and ran for his life. My grandmother says that she's heard this story a few times in her youth from him, and the narrative always stayed the same, with him praying after. Only after she married and moved to the big city and had children did she start to hear about these things being known as aliens and other things. Her grandfather at the time would have had no concept of aliens. After a heavy night of drinking and camping, we woke up and nobody wanted to make breakfast, so we decided to drive into town and find a diner. We're approaching where the dirt meets the pavement and come up on dozens of sheriffs backloading the road, 2 of which have rifles pointed towards us. We stop the truck about 40 feet from them and hear them yell over the intercom to stick our hands up now. They then instruct us to approach on foot with our hands in the air. They search my truck and find it full of loaded guns and beer. That's when they tell us that a Forest Service agent had been shot and killed nearby, and eventually let us go, but tell us our camping gear is out of bounds until the murderer is found. We didn't want to leave our camping gear and go home, so we ended up at a nearby casino, continuing partying there. A few hours later, someone in the casino says there's loads of cops outside. We go outside and there must have been 100 sheriffs, local PD everywhere. Apparently, that same murderer had stopped at the casino gas station and an officer recognized him. Then LEO drew his gun, murderer went for his and the LEO shot him dead. We went back to the camp and home the next day. I checked the newspaper articles and they made a map of where the murder happened, and it's only 200 yards away from our campsite. I have a friend who's a trail ranger. He's basically a ranger who can't get you in trouble. He told me about this time he was gathering illegally placed wildlife cameras and knocking them down and whatnot. The other ranger wasn't feeling well, so he said he was going to head back, but it's a 1-hour ATV ride. My friend finished up the last one when he hears voices. He kept in mind that he's far off the beaten path. He calls out and no one replies. As it was getting dark, he starts to head back and found his ATV won't start. He then realizes that the batteries are not connected. He reconnects it and started to drive but isn't going fast. Less than half a mile later, the whole thing died. He radioed back saying, "Hey guys, someone picked me up." They said they would do it but are gonna take an hour. He said, "Can the other guy come back?" and he said no. So he settled down, made a small fire, but heard voices again. It's dark and he's angry. The voices sound like an argument now. Someone was angry, yelling at someone else who sounded scared. He called out and said, "Does anyone need help?" The voices don't care. He thinks they're less than 1,000 feet away. He radioed again, and they said they're having trouble finding what path he'd be on, and haven't left yet. He said to them just to get another ranger there. About 3 minutes go by, and the voices start again. He decides to walk there, hoping maybe there's some drunk people that have a map. He walks in their direction, but the voices seem to be getting further away as he got closer. Finally, 20 minutes later, he gave up and walks back. He got a radio call, and they said the other guy was passed out, covered in vomit, and was taken to hospital. They don't know exactly where I come from still, because he crossed off everywhere that he went. Then the radio died, and the voices came back. Bored out of his mind, he decides to listen to what they're arguing about, and picks up on things like, "Well, it wasn't yours to take," And I knew you were gonna do this, you idiot, and I don't care. His guess is that two hunters are arguing over a kill. Then he heard something intelligible. Then silence. Bang. A gunshot. He doused his fire and hid. After that he heard nothing. Just his breathing for the next half hour until he saw ATV lights. He told the guy picking him up everything and they called back. They had people looking for 3 hours but found nothing. They came back the next day with police and dogs. After about an hour, a shallow grave was found and a man who'd been shot in the head was also found. Thing was, it was a skeleton who had been there for years. So either the argument he heard was somehow from the past, or someone else got murdered recently when he was there. This happened while I was doing my army service in Switzerland. I'm not allowed to talk about exactly what we were doing there, but I'll try and keep this clear. My company has installed a huge antenna and it has to be guarded day and night. So we're on a hill, away from a city near a massive forest. It's 1800 hours and I had just started my watch of 6 hours with another soldier. Everything's fine. We smoke cigarettes and keep ourselves occupied until our night watch ends. Then, we receive a call from our superior who said that one of the soldiers that's supposed to watch hasn't come out and we have to stay for another 6 hours. So we tossed a coin to see who's going to stay from midnight till 6 AM with temperatures of -20. And of course I lost. And I had to wait for the other soldiers to come and join me for the rest of the night. They sent Jon Snow. No, I'm just kidding. They've only sent another soldier, but not the best because I knew he would sleep all night when I saw him climbing the hill with his sleeping bag. And that's what he did. He immediately took place in the tent and fell asleep. It was the coldest and longest night of my life. Nothing special about it. The weirdest part though happened in the morning. We received another call from our superior telling us that we had an NBC exercise. It means that we have to wear all-day chemical suits. The one with the gas mask and everything. I was really upset and exhausted because I wasn't able to sleep with that thing on, and sleep was my only reward for the 12-hour watch. Well, I get out of this tent, and I saw this thing that still scares me to this day. I see a woman standing next to the antenna. She wasn't moving, she was just standing there, meters from my tent. I couldn't see her face because of the sun starting to rise behind her. I knew she's a woman because she had really long hair. Remember that we're in the middle of nowhere and she's standing there, not moving like she's frozen. I start to freak out and call the other guy to see what I'm looking at. I don't know why, but he wasn't scared at all, and he told her to leave. But she didn't. She just stood there staring at us. I was confused. How could a woman ignore two soldiers in a forbidden area? I mean, we're in Switzerland. The army's not that impressive, I know, but people usually don't do this kind of thing. They would just move away, especially when it's 6 in the morning. And what she's doing in the middle of nowhere is beyond me, not dressed for cold climate. How long was she there? And how did she get there? I don't even see any footsteps. So, there's so many questions running through my head. The other soldier didn't think twice and starts walking towards her. When he almost reaches her, she starts running very fast into the forest. I see her going deep into the forest and I never see her again. I'm a really rational thinker, but I have absolutely no explanation for this. Thank God there was someone there with me because nobody would have believed me if it was just me there at that time. My father told me a story many times when I was growing up of something that happened to him. I know he believes it to be true, and he's not a very superstitious person whatsoever. Very analytical on the other hand. My dad was 5 years old, camping with the Boy Scout troop. They sent everyone for firewood. It was dusk, so he went off on his own and a little further than the other kids. He wanted to gather more firewood than anyone else. He got far enough away that nobody else had picked through the fallen wood and started gathering. Along his way, he went until he almost stepped on a tiny tribe of Indians, moving around a fire, dancing. He said they were tiny, and they didn't pay him any attention as he crouched down to look at them. He ran over to go and tell his friends, but by the time he come back, they're all gone. He said he's never seen anything like it in his life, and he was sure someone was playing a prank on him, but how? How could somebody make a prank look that real? I live near a very large, very popular national park. Locals here, like myself, are pretty aware of the goings on here. Strange sounds, weird creatures, and strange disappearances. I've dealt with these in my past times and hikes, and even just relaxing in the park. Here's one that still freaks me out to this day. I was at my grandma's house that's deep in the Bonnies, and the only road there is a gravel road that's washed away. Without a good car, you're not getting anywhere. My cousins lived in a trailer with their mums, right below my grandma's. We played all sorts of games, which mainly involved me getting chased, being the youngest. My grandma was in hospital with my aunt, so our oldest cousin, who I'll call Dee, had to watch us. Dee was, and still is, the only cousin that's older than us that we still hold in high regards. He would mess with us and play around, but actually cared about us. The whole day we were playing around, but we would usually play more at night, like hide and seek, etc. We'd been playing pretty far away from the house and it was starting to get dark. We decided to go back to the house and grab flashlights and play manhunt. Of course, I was the one being hunted. So I ran pretty far into the woods on the other side of the property, hiding behind a log. I heard my cousins getting closer, so I ran and they saw me. We ended up running to the very back of the property line, and we saw my cousin Dee. He looked at us and kinda growled. We all ran from him, thinking it's a game. We ran back to the gravel road when we saw him walk out of the tree line, but he did in a weird way. Gloatingly, in fact. We ran into the house and decided to barricade the door to play a prank on him. We moved a couple of things in front of the door, but decided to move the big coffee table in front of it too. As we loudly scooted the table, they come into the living room from the bedroom. We had obviously woke him up, and we said we saw him chasing us, and he got wide-eyed. He said stay in the bedroom. We sat in the bedroom for about 20 minutes, and he come in and told us not to worry, that he's just scaring us. It wasn't until 4 years later, when I was 13, he told me the truth. He's pretty certain that it was a skinwalker. He told me he's dealt with it before and was terrified it hunted us, and he was too scared to tell me at the time because I'd get worried. So with a few fraternity brothers and I are backpacking in the Nafala National Park and met some guys. They're locals. I mean, not local hangout bros, but local backwoods people who lived there for generations, hate the government and society types. These are guys that have apparently been helping Eric Rudolph, the Olympic bomber, hide in the national forest by supplying him with food drops. Really weird drunken conversations. They actually took us to one of the hideout drop-off caves. They were too serious, and that's the whole reason that I hated this. They trusted us because some things were said to make them think we're of a similar mindset. Anyway, we parted ways. Spent a few days trying to figure out if it is all lies or not, and that same week, they call Eric Rudolph in the dumpster of a Piggy Wiggly 3 miles from where we met the guys. Every single thing these guys said matched up with the news story. We gave them the bottle of Jack even. They said they'd give it to Eric. Creepy as hell. Hauntingly terrifying in retrospect. So when I was about 5 years old, I was at my sister's graduation party. My father had rented out a pavilion at a heavy wooded area of Country Park. I ended up following some kids throughout the forest, and after a while, I realised I wandered too far from the pavilion and started heading back. I remember not being able to find my way back and ended up being lost for around an hour. As I was walking, a man dressed in white from head to toe appeared to me. He said his name was John. I explained to him that I was lost and told him where my family was. I remember him accompanying me throughout the woods, and he had a very comforting presence about him. After a while, I remembered hearing my uncles calling for me from a distance. I turned to tell John that that's my uncle, but he was gone. I turned the other way, and there was my uncle. I'm 30 now, but can't help wonder exactly what John was and what the meaning of all of this was. I guess I'll write what happened in chronological order. To preface this, I should mention that all of this took place back on my reservation. I'm from Algonquin First Nation from Canada. Another thing I should mention is that on the res, traditional beliefs and legends of the paranormal are still a big part of our community. The attitude of most people towards the paranormal is one of assurance. To us, the paranormal is a regular part of our life. We believe in a spirit world, and we believe that sometimes these beings can cross over from their world to ours. Well, I tell paranormal stories to my non-native friends. They're always in disbelief of what I tell them, but they've had no paranormal experiences, unlike me having a bunch, and most everyone I know on the res has had one. I don't really care to explain it, but it is what it is. Anyway, here's the story. This happened in the fall of 2011 when I was 16 years old. I was living in a nearby city with my mum, so I can get a better education than the one I can get at home. But we'd go back every single week to see my dad and little brother. One Friday, during the drive back home, I got a text from a friend of mine. She told me about a party that was happening that night, and she said to me, when am I going to be home so they can pick me up? I gave her a time, and that was that. When we got home, as soon as we stepped inside the house, I see my dad and cousins sitting at the kitchen table drinking. They're both cops on the res, so usually beers with his partner on a Friday evening happens. Means that they had a particularly tough week at work though. Typically, the toughest cases they deal with are ones around children. So a part of me felt sad immediately that something bad's happened. They both look tired and drained, but they're happy to see us. We say our greetings, catch up a little, and my dad asks me if I have any plans. I tell him about the party and where it'll be, and he and our cousin share a weird look. Why are you guys making that face? Did something happen? I say. I dunno, should we tell her? My cousin said, looking at my dad. He laughed and said, yeah, we probably should, because I'm gonna have to be going to a cottage pretty deep in the woods later that evening. They start off by saying the first strange call they get is on a Monday night. There's an elderly woman saying that there's people outside of her home knocking on all of her windows. She can't see anyone, but there must have been at least 3 people, judging by all the different locations of the knocking. They arrive at the woman's home. inspect all around the house, even the woods, but find nothing. They tell her that it's probably some teenagers playing tricks on her, but sadly there's nothing they can do really, besides patrol the area in case they come back. On Wednesday night, the same woman called again with the same problem. It had been raining that day too, and there was mud everywhere, so they figure at least they're gonna know where they went. But they don't find a thing. This is when they start feeling like something is off, because one of the windows where the woman was, she's adamant that there was someone there, but it's completely impossible to get there without going through a huge puddle. This is when they start to think she's lying, but they just told her the same thing they told her friend a few nights prior. By Thursday night, everyone on the res had been talking about these strange experiences. It turns out that she wasn't the only one experiencing it. She was just the one to call. I mean, all of this is taking place on a res, so it wasn't long before people were linking it to the supernatural. My dad still wasn't sure if it's just a group of teens playing a prank on people, but they get another call from the same woman for the same reason. They rush over there, but are met with the same situation, except this time, the neighbour walked over looking pale as a ghost. That's saying something for him. He says, "Is this about the knock-in?" They notice he's a little shaky. "Yeah. Did you see something?" They ask him, and he nods and said, "You guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but yeah." And he goes on to explain what he saw. He said he stepped out for a cigarette on his front porch when he heard knocking. He looked around to see where it's coming from, and when he looked to his neighbour's house, he saw it. There's a black figure standing outside of the woman's window. The same one with the puddle, looking at her home. He said it looked humanoid in stature, but completely made out of a shadow. You could tell it was something solid-ish, but you cannot make out any features on it. He stared at it completely in shock, and watched that thing as it knocked a couple of times, then darted around the house knocking on every window, moving so quick it's like a blur, and it went around the house a few times. The man ran across the road into the tree line, behind one tree in particular. The man was frozen but couldn't look away. It then leaned out from behind the tree, staring directly at him with yellow eyes that reflected the light similar to a cat's, and then it smiled, showing its small but numerous pointed sharp teeth. "I almost had a heart attack," he said while it happened. Fast forward to Friday. Stories are being exchanged all over the res about sightings and experiences people are having. On top of that, multiple people are experiencing the knock-in. There's also quite a few sightings with everyone describing the creature in the same way. One woman was bringing her trash to the side of the road, and she thought she saw the woman somewhere in her peripheral vision standing near the trees. She walks back up the driveway and into her home, feeling as though she's being watched. Right before she's about to open her door to go back inside to her home, she looked back and saw two reflective yellow eyes staring at her from the trees, saying it's about 5 feet above the ground. Another couple was driving at night and said they saw a humanoid figure too. "You sure you still want to go to that party?" my dad asked. But my friends were already pulling into the driveway. I gave my family hugs and kisses goodbye, and they told me to be careful, but I felt fine. A common belief among native people is that negative energy attracts negative energy. Therefore, an evil spirit will draw to people with unresolved issues, traumas, and sinners, I suppose. If you're someone who's spiritual, self-aware, and basically a good person, you're pretty good. So I get to the party, and within 20 minutes, the conversation shifts towards the paranormal experiences everyone's having. I'm really curious about what everyone has to say, because they have stories that I haven't heard yet, but my friend, being 17 and all, couldn't hold her alcohol very well, and was crying about how she wishes she was closer with her brother, I'm trying to make her feel better while listening to everyone else's stories. One of the people from the party was related to the neighbour of the woman who was calling the police. The experience really shook him up, and my friend was just explaining everything that was going on. For one, he smudged his entire home, which is something people do for extra protection from the paranormal. He also went on multiple visits to the elders around the community asking for advice. What we do know about paranormal experiences on the res is that they don't happen as much as they used to. If you talk to one of our elders, they'll have endless stories and even more advice to give about how to protect yourself. One of the explanations that was given to us is that the shadow guy is evidence that someone was doing unauthorized shaky tent ceremony. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like an Ouija board session that takes place inside of a tent. People stand around the tent while the medicine man or medicine woman goes inside asking questions. The tent begins to shake and you hear voices of the spirits coming through. I've never personally been to one because we haven't had a good enough reason to make one, but typically our ancestors use shaken tent ceremonies when they're starving in the dead of winter and need some direction on where the nearest food is. My mum's been to one. Her story's crazy. She described hearing multiple men and women only speaking native tongue, and they're upset that people were doing a shaken tent ceremony when they're not on the verge of death. The people there had to explain that they're only doing the ceremony to prove that it was real, as we'd been losing our culture as a result of residential schools. But the spirits are angry, saying that the bridge between the two worlds should never be opened unless necessary, because you don't know who you're talking to. It could be evil spirits. You don't know. Anyway, the elders told him that this spirit crossed over into our world because of a shaken tent ceremony. Someone on the res has been doing them without consultation of the elders, so we start thinking about who would do that without the proper guidance and so. Then, two of the drunkest dudes say, "Oh, I'm not scared. That thing can't do anything." Basically egging it all on, and we're all looking at each other like, why would you disrespect an evil spirit? That's exactly how it's attracted to you. And that's when I decided to leave the sunroom where everyone's hanging out. I went to the living room to console my drunk crying friend when I noticed the rocking chair outside of the porch moving. I slowly moved away, refusing to make direct eye contact, but I do in my peripheral vision. Anyway, I'm inside the cottage and I keep seeing this rocking chair moving back and forth. But another thing we've raised to do in our culture is to ignore paranormal. Spirits feed on energy people give towards them, so if you freak out, if you get angry, if you start crying or yell at it, that's exactly what it wants. It thrives on energy of any kind. So while I knew something messed up was happening, I wasn't about to pay attention. 5 minutes now go by and I still see it out the corner of my eye. That's when my friend screams and she runs on the other side of the sunroom. My other friend, too, sprints to the girl, number 1, who's sitting and busts through the French doors onto the balcony. All of this happens in a split second, but I immediately go to the patio and ask what's going on. Girl 1 is crying on the couch with friends all around her. She claims to have seen the spirit. She said she was listening to the boys talk about the spirit when she saw boy 2's face as he was looking onto the balcony behind her. She turned around to see what he's looking at, and directly on the other side of the window was the shadow spirit on the rocking chair smiling at her, literally 3 feet away from her. That's when boy 2 sprinted towards it and burst through the French doors. I walk outside to find boy 2, and he's on the lawn, staring into the woods. I call his name and he looks up. All he says is, "Get everyone inside," and the tone of his voice makes me scared. I get all of us inside the cottage. This is when the phrase, "Come at me bro," was gaining popularity. So you can imagine the drunk kids yelling that into the woods. It's terrible. I eventually get everyone inside. Boy 2 comes inside and tells everyone to clean up and that we should leave as soon as possible. Everyone has trash bags and we're clearing away the beer cans and whatever. Everyone goes inside the cottage and it's only me and Boy 2 in the sunroom now. I look to him for answers and he says, "It's outside." I nod and start cleaning faster. The sooner we're out of here, the sooner we get away from that thing. As we're cleaning in the sunroom, we hear knocking on multiple windows. The entire sunroom's made of glass, but it's dark out, so you can't even see. And he says ignore it. I'm really scared now. Within 2 seconds, someone comes running out of the bathroom and says, "I'll kill whoever's knocking on the bathroom window." But everyone's accounted for. Someone else comes running out of the bedroom saying that there was knocking on the window as well. Everyone's freaking out, and me and Boy 2 and our one other friend are the only sober ones now trying to calm people. We get the place clean and get outside and to the cars immediately. Everyone's getting into the trucks and I'm standing there. The guy looks relaxed, then all of a sudden looks worried and shoves me inside his truck. We peel out of there quick. A few days later, I end up hanging out with Boy 2 and he tells me the story from his perspective. He said that when the boys started talking about the spirit, it appeared on the rocking chair behind Girl 1. He said he made eye contact with it but couldn't look away. They were staring at each other, and that's when Girl 1 and Boy 2's expression changed. He said it was instinct to defend the people he's with and ran towards it. He said that the feeling he was getting from the Kokji was almost like daring him to do something. He said the second he got up, the Kokji stood up and ran into the woods, disappearing into a blur of the tree line. Boy 2 ran off the porch, looking around the lawn, when he saw it standing there, right next to the woods. It was smiling at him, and he heard it mocking him, calling his name, then disappearing. He didn't see it again until everyone was getting inside the trucks, which explains why he suddenly pushed me inside. He said it was standing on the far end of the truck, super close to us. Later that night, when he dropped everyone off, they realized that they never locked the doors. So he went back to the cottage, but his friend was too scared to go in, so he goes in on his own. But the second he opens the door, he sees that thing standing inside. He locks the door as quick as he can, and they peel out of there. The sightings continued for a few days after that. We definitely weren't the only people on the res to have them kind of experiences. It was the talk of the res. Everyone was curious about what happened. Would it come back? What was it? All I know is that it terrified us, and it's 2018 now, and no one else has seen anything like it since. This happened to my mum, sister and me many years ago. I was about 8 then, I'm 37 now, and my sister is 5 years younger. Back then we lived in a city in the UK, in a not so nice part of town. Don't get me wrong, this wasn't the ghetto or Wild West, but there were nicer places to live. A bit of background information to the story. My dad was self-employed, owned a small factory on the outskirts of the city centre about 5 miles from home. The factory is surrounded by a wasteland homes, to mostly derelict and broken buildings. The area was grey, dirty, and covered in graffiti. Hell, not even the city homeless would take refuge here. One day, my dad calls my mum at home. He needed her to come home to the factory to help finish a job, but they only had one car, so it meant us getting the bus. I don't mind. My 8-year-old self was full of adventure and loves the idea of riding the bus to big town. The bus ride's uneventful as we brave the city traffic, eventually going through a forested area, then arriving at our stop. The described earlier, it's not the type of place people go unless they have a specific reason, so it wasn't surprising we're the only ones getting off here. We started in the direction of my dad's factory, which was just under a mile from the bus stop. My sister's asleep in the pushchair as I was jabbering away, when suddenly I become aware my mum's preoccupied. I look at her, but she said, "Keep walking." I noticed she glanced over her shoulder near the tree line. I slowed down, but she tugs my arm and says keep going. I remembered feeling anxious as my mum walks faster, pushchair bumping over uneven slabs. Then I heard him. First the footsteps, clumsy and heavy, then his raspy voice. He was muttering incoherently, having a conversation with, I guess, himself. Suddenly my mum crosses the road, holding my arm tightly while steering the pushchair. He crosses the road too. My mum's cursing under her breath. We cross again. Whenever you think you're being followed, there's always a nagging doubt you're paranoid. But when we cross the same road for the 4th time in 5 minutes and this guy's still following us, I knew it was on. This was back in the 80s, no mobile phones, no internet and no SOS texts. You're really off grid. But now I can feel adrenaline. We're approaching a T-junction. My dad's factory is only around the corner, but it's about 500 yards away. If you didn't know where you were, you'd assume you're heading further into the ghost town. As we turn the corner, my mum told me to run as fast as I can to get my dad. I hear my mum in the pushchair thundering behind me. My heart is pounding. I ran like my life depended on it. My feet are crunching on broken glass. I don't dare slow down. I could see the small road ahead leading to a car park of the factory. I knew what I had to do. I shout for my dad as loud as I can. My throat is burning as I gulp for air. Hot tears stain my red cheeks. I burst in the door crying and my dad comes out running. He grabs the nearest object and ran towards the car park. I stood looking out there, watching my dad sprint across the car park. I see the pushchair too. My mum told my dad where we'd been followed and points in the direction, and my dad took off. He come back 10 minutes later. The creepy guy's nowhere to be seen. My dad said he probably ran off when he heard me shouting. With all the old empty buildings and wasteland, it's easy to disappear, even into the woods. My dad wanted to take the car and drive around to try and find him, but my mum doesn't want to be alone, even in the sanctuary of the factory, so he agreed to finish up the job, and we all drove home. My parents never reported it to the police. Living in a major city, you get all kinds of unsavory characters, but the police wouldn't have done anything because he never harmed us. He never got the chance. We think he's probably very high or very unwell mentally. Either way, it scared the life out of us. My father sadly died and I needed to clear my head, so went on a solo trip to a cabin in Oregon with my dog. Now I had a couple of weird things happen. My Pop-Tart incident still trips me out, but I think I can write that one off as maybe someone messing with me. But here's my story. I'll be the first to say that all of this could have happened in my head, like with anything. The mind's a freaky place and can play tricks on you. Now whenever I was scared as a kid, my dad always told me that in life, you shouldn't be scared of ghosts. Fear the living, they'll hurt you. In my late teenage years, I come into some money after my father committed suicide and I received an inheritance from him. Near the time of my dad's passing, he and my mum owned a cabin in Oregon. The cabin had been put up for sale by my mum, who could no longer afford the payments or renting it out. The cabin was set to go on the market for sale in less than a month and was in the process of finalising a paperwork with the relator and lawyer. So for that month's time, the cabin was not going to be rented out any longer and was going to be vacant. I saw this as a chance to get away for a while and clear my head in light of all things that were going on. I quit work, packed up snowboarding gear, grabbed my dog, and headed up in my dad's car that he had wheeled to me to the cabin. Now, this was our family cabin that my parents rented out throughout the year when they're not using it. I had keys to the cabin and also had the code to the alarms, so I didn't feel the need to stop at the rental management company and advise them of my stay. That has nothing to do with my story, but I felt the need to mention it anyway. The first few days of the cabin are normal, and nothing seems unusual. I spent my days playing with my dog in the snow, snowboarding, and in the evenings I played PlayStation or listened to music, drinking and smoking on the balcony. I already stocked up on food, cigarettes and liquor, so I was pretty much shut inside apart from the occasional venture out to the shops or the slopes. With my dog as company and my DVDs and PlayStation as entertainment, I was content and started to feel relaxed after all the drama that preceded my outing. The cabin itself was 2 stories. Bottom store had the living room and a side guest bedroom, along with the small kitchen. Upstairs had another 2 rooms, along with a walkout balcony attached to the master bedroom. Most of my time was spent either in the living room, kitchen or master bedroom. I never ventured into the other rooms and always kept the doors leading into them shut. Open doors to darkness scares me. Anyhow, the 3rd day came around. I was going through my usual routine of playing with my dog, playing games, etc. It was pretty heavy snowfall out, and I didn't feel like trekking down the hill to the main road in my car and decided to stay in. That's when things started getting a bit weird. In our area, there's only 2 other cabins adjacent to ours, maybe a block away from one another. All other cabins aside from these 2 are a mile away from ours, surrounding us with mostly forestry and very tall pine trees. Both these cabins are empty from the past couple of days from what I knew, and no one's currently there. Now, that's some background and I'll jump to the weirdness. Around midday, while outside with my dog, I noticed what appears to be footprints in the snow around the area surrounding our cabin. It was still snowing, so the footprints looked semi-fresh, like someone's been there in the last half hour before me. I thought that maybe someone was staying in the cabin near me that I haven't noticed. Maybe they were shut-ins like me. Well, alright, whatever. The prints lead away from the cabin, but disappear in the snow towards the tree line. Disregarding the footprints, I went back inside. Nighttime came around and I decided to head to bed. My dog Midnight was laying on the bed with me when I noticed his ears perk up. This was followed by him quickly jumping off the bed, running downstairs to the living room. I lay in bed and stay silent. I can hear him moving around downstairs, back and forth. After around 5 minutes, he ran back upstairs to me, starts doing his doggy dance, as a sign that he needs to pee or wants to go outside for something. Oh, well fine. I can't say no to him, so we both went downstairs to the outside driveway for him. He didn't want to pee though. As soon as he gets outside, he started to pull on his leash, trying to drag me to where he wanted to go. He kept looking into the dense part of the trees where the prints had been earlier, but he also kept sniffing the side of the house and looking up towards the roof. That's really odd. After he figured out that I'm not going anywhere near it, he sat down and just stares into the darkness. This is a bit unusual for him, but alright. Maybe there are forest animals out there that he wants to chase down, but screw this. Do not want to chance anything, so I pull him back inside and we both head back upstairs. Around half an hour later, I was lying in bed when I hear what sounded like hoofs walking on my roof. It was only a series of around 6 steps, and I rationalised that it could have been a pine cone falling from a tree onto the roof, Or maybe a kind-hearted forest animal running around. But here's the thing, the footsteps aren't spaced apart like a man's stride would be, so that was freaking me out. Midnight. I also heard the noise and was quick to run to the balcony screen door, expecting to see something, but there's nothing. Alright, you know what? I'm a tough guy and at the time considered myself fairly well built and strong enough to handle myself. I grabbed my coat and shoes along with my cigarettes and flashlight and went out on the balcony. Screw it, right? As soon as I was outside, I lit up my cigarette and started wondering what this could be, getting onto the roof with my light. Nothing there, and snow on the top was undisturbed. Crazy. Maybe this is all in my head. What about the midnight before? I'm paranoid now. But I think it's in my mind and calmed down. My eyes started to adjust to the darkness, and I kept smoking and just staring at the stars and trees next to our cabin. That's when I saw it. In a tree that was little taller than our cabin, around 20 feet from the balcony, I saw what looked like a man crouched in a squatting position in between two branches. It was squatted on one branch with its arms extended above its head, holding onto the branch. Wow. What is that? I wasn't sure if I was really seeing that thing, and just stared motionless. I noticed Midlight stand up and start pacing behind me and lightly barking at the same time. The thing still did not move. I put my cigarette out and was debating on shining the light in that direction, but something in my head told me, don't. So I walked back towards the inside, pulling Midnight with me. Once inside, I locked the door and shined the light in the thing's direction, but nothing's there. I shut the curtains to the screen door and retreated back to bed. But later on in the night, I heard light tapping on the screen door like someone's tapping on the glass with their fingers. It was consistent and didn't stop for nearly an hour. Midnight stared at the door, but even he won't go near it. The craziest part for me is that I had the feeling that someone's inviting me to the door, but at the same time, I kept hearing my dad's voice in my head telling me to stay in bed and to not do it. I listened to my dad's voice and stay where I am. Eventually, I pass out and wake up and everything's normal. The rest of the week I spent there was uneventful, and nothing else out of the ordinary happened. I totally admit that it could have all been in my head, but the fact that my dog was acting up too makes me really worried about the whole situation. A bit of preface here. I was around 10 or 11 when this happened. Old enough to stay home alone, but not old enough to recognise some red flags. I attended camp over the summer, the typical 8 to 3 route. Now my house sits at the end of my street, which forms the U, but for some reason, the bus driver would never drop me off at my house. I would always get dropped off at the end of my street, where I would toddle myself all the way back. Both my parents work late hours, sometimes not getting back until 8 PM, and it would be very expensive to hire a babysitter for 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. So, starting 6th grade, when the bus dropped me off at home, I'd be by myself. I'd do the usual middle school routine, play games online and watch TV. Occasionally, my neighbour's cat would come into my backyard and I'd feed her or play with her. The only computer in the house was my dad's workroom one, which has a window overlooking a deck, and the window overlooking the side of the house. We have large bay windows in the living room, dining room, and kitchen of my home, and since we sit on a hill, you can pretty much see the entire backyard from a nice vantage point. So most days when I got home, I toss off my backpack and go right to that room. and you could see me walk from my front door and pop up by the computer from outside. Unfortunately, this would lead to something that I had forgotten about until now. When I got off the bus, I did as expected, go into my dad's workroom, play computer games. About 30 minutes into this, I hear a faint meowing coming from outside the window. I pause and look outside, thinking my neighbour's cat has wandered over, but when I get there I see nothing. I just sat back down and resumed playing, only to hear the meowing again. It was quiet but noticeable, and so I checked out the other window. Nothing. This routine happened for a good 10 minutes, and eventually I get frustrated and go into the living room to watch TV. Not even 2 minutes later, meowing from the window I was sitting at happens again. Now I'm confused and a little creeped out, so I shut the blinds and keep trying to watch TV. The meows still go on, but only when they come from right behind me did I jump up and get scared and ready to leave. I went into my bedroom where the blinds were still down but cracked for sunlight. I tried to read a book, only to hear a meow come from outside my bedroom window now. This is enough to make me call my dad, concerned that maybe the cat was hurt, but I couldn't see it to be sure. He said he would have the neighbour come and check it out. 10 minutes go by. I get a call from my dad saying he's coming home from work. Nothing urgent about it, just that his job got cancelled and he's home early. I don't think anything of it. When he got home, I did realise the cat noises have stopped. Fast forward to the present, and I asked my dad about the incident, thinking it's funny about how a cat scared me. But what he said next made my blood run cold. After I called him, my neighbour indeed did come and check out my house. What he found were large footprints circling the house, right next to the windows. Someone had been stalking me through my house, seeing where I was, making cat noises trying to lure me outside. They must have known I was home alone, since it was easy to see me. And they must have known that I played with the cat. My neighbour immediately called my dad and searched the property, but found no one. The police weren't called since there was nothing but footprints that led into the woods. I never saw anyone. My dad stayed home with me for the rest of the week. It sickens me to think that people would use those tactics to try and lure someone like my younger self out of their homes to do God knows what in the woods with them. I was driving to work. It's about a 5-hour drive. It was already dark, and about 3 hours of driving in, I start getting really tired. I bought myself a coffee and some snacks at a gas station and continue on, but snacks and coffee can only keep you awake for a certain amount of time, and I feel really dozy. This part of the road is nothing but thick pine wood around me. There's no other cars on the road or anything. Only insects smashing into my windshield now and then on the empty road. Now I'm extremely tired, and at one point I nearly drove off the road, for almost falling asleep. I have to sleep now. I can't wait for a gas station. I must stop or I'm gonna crash. Now, I have such an urgent feeling to find a place where I can stop. It felt like an hour, but it was probably about 5 minutes to go by, and I spot this little pocket in the road. It's like a parking space for quick stops, like peeing, switching drivers and stuff, not a resting area. I stop there, turn down my windows to check if I hear any weird noises, and there's total silence. I turn up my windows again. Nothing bad's gonna happen. I haven't seen a car for like 30 minutes and the road's empty. If someone's checking out my car, I bet it's the cops checking on me to see if I'm okay. I leave my keys in the ignition and lock the doors, just to be safe. I adjust my seat a bit and make it comfortable to sleep in, and I take off my shoes and put them on the passenger seat to the right. It was so nice, and I close my eyes and instantly fall asleep. Now I don't know why, but something wakes me up. I can't explain it. I can't really see anything. Some kind of bright light hits me in the eyes though. First I think it's a flashlight, but now I realise that it's the high beams of a car in my rear view blinding me. I look to my left and I see a dude walking up beside my car. Maybe he wants help with something. Should I make it clear to him that I'm here? He's right beside my left back door. Should I step out and ask what he's doing? I didn't have to. The dude proceeds to jerk and pull on my left door. I almost have a heart attack. He's trying to force his way in. My seat is adjusted to lay down, and I push it back as far as I can. I can reach the pedals, which makes it almost impossible for me to drive my car. I slam the horn, and it breaks the silence with a roar, and the dude jumps back. That gives me like 2 seconds to push my seat and reach the pedals, but it's still out of adjusting, and I'm pulling myself really hard towards the steering wheel. Because my seat is lying flat, it's not supporting my back and it kind of hurts. Anyway, I start my car and drive, kinda, with a cloud of smoke. It's hard driving a car with nothing holding you up properly, but I manage. As soon as I look in my rear view, he stands up looking at me. And what's worse, I can see 2 more guys next to him. I can see the silhouette of their high beams. One of them has something in his hand like a crowbar. I drive super fast, way over the speed limit. I'm terrified. Then, I stop at a gas station to sort my seat out and put my shoes on. I figure out I was only asleep for like 10 minutes, which makes me worried that they were following me. I'm really worried now. I told my boss the next day, and he actually said he's heard of problems like this all over Sweden before, where criminals will stop you and rob you or do worse things. I've never had anything like it in my life, and it makes me terrified to stop when I'm driving again. This happened a long time ago. I was 12 and at my grandparents' village. We had a cow and an ox, and usually the son of the bull, usually just one, took all the cattle to graze at night, and he would take them back. Cows know where to go when going home. My grandpa had a male ox, and since my father was an adult and he wasn't there, I took the responsibility. Basically, my job was to go around the village with the ox tailing after me, calling the people to open their doors. Our ox would grunt, and to call the herd, and all the females would then come out. From then on, I had to take them to a clearing up area in the mountain, and then take them by the river. It was easy. The animals knew where they were going. They were calm, and our bull was a gentle giant. All I did was have to ride him with thin rope on his horns. If any of the females wandered off, all I did was call in or occasionally poke her with a stick in the right direction. My grandpa said that if I see a wild, very rare boar or fox, I should just stay on the ox. Not many animals dare to go near an ox herd. There is a dark part of the forest where it's very quiet, and even the bravest hunters won't go. It is slippery and dangerous. They said that even the deer and boar don't go there. I was forbidden to go there and honestly never wanted to. So during this event, it's during the morning and everything seems fine. I was on the ox going up the mountain. I was glad he let me because it was a hard trek up. I saw that one of the females was wandering off. I followed her and left our ox and the dogs to guide the herd. She went into the forest and I ran to her. I tried steering her away, but she continues. She went in the dark part and stopped. I didn't want to go off just in case she ran back and left me there. And then I heard a crunch and turn around, and a very old man is walking towards us. He looks frail with dirty clothes and has a long beard. I was scared. I'd never seen anything like this my entire time out there before. Now, I laid on the ox clinging to her, not wanting to fall if she ran. Oxes aren't like bulls. They don't jump or kick when scared. They either attack with their horns or run. I was ready to hold on no matter what she chose. Our oxen don't take kindly to strangers, and before I took them out in the mornings, they're always paranoid. Now that's a good thing though, because they trusted their owners. But knowing her, I knew she would either bolt or attack. But weirdly, she just stood there. The stranger then came to us and petted her on the head, whispering something I didn't understand. He looks at me, and his eyes are completely white. Then he turns around and disappears into the trees. Suddenly, the female grunted as though she had woken up now. It was crazy. I'd never seen her act like it before. She suddenly bolts away with "Come," and we found the herd. I quickly got on our ox and yelled water. He knew that command and went down towards the river. I then ran into one of the houses and tried to explain everything. The couple there stayed with me and sent their daughter to call my grandpa. I literally couldn't sleep for days remembering those white eyes. My grandparents wouldn't let me out of the house after that, even if it is just to play in the trees. Later I learned they were protecting me from a lesnik, a forest spirit which can take the form of a man or an owl or wolf. It hates when people go to his part of the woods and can kidnap you. I later learned that the ox which took me there fallen ill and died almost immediately after. I used to do a ton of camping, but one night, still early on, I was up with two friends in the middle of the night, just hanging out in a field next to the campsite, looking at the stars and almost full moon. It was so bright outside, it's almost like a daytime moment. When suddenly, I noticed a faint whisper. I thought it was someone from camp, but no, it came from the other direction. We all went quiet and listened to the faintest "hey," to which we follow, cross the field away from the camp, and the whispers grow louder, but ever so slightly. That's until we come across a road. Across the road was a fenced-in area, but it's got a pretty bad fence. It's easily crossed. On the other side of the fences was a small woods. The trees are spaced pretty far apart from each other, and the moonlight's not really doing much. Now, it's pretty dark out there, under the trees. You could barely see past the first few rows, and now, the voice is much louder, but still, as if someone's trying to whisper. A voice that sounds like a girl saying, "Come play." Craziest part is that there's no women with us on that trip, and we can just hear the sounds of a little girl whispering for us to come and play in the pitch blackness at 1 a.m. We decided to not investigate any further. My ex-boyfriend and I did a rainforest walk, which dips deep down to the bottom of the forest. There's no other cars in the car park, and we didn't come across any hikers. We have it all to ourselves and had a great time for the most part. As we're walking up, my ex was ahead of me and suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal for me to stop. I look up and there's this woman staring at us ahead. She looks normal, but I get a chill as soon as I see her. Something about her's off. She had dark brown hair, which I only noticed because it contrasts so highly against her cardigan. Now her cardigan was all I could focus on. It went right down to her feet and was bleached white, as though it had just been pulled off a rack, but we're in a forest. How is it so white? And why on earth would you wear it hiking? We stare at her for what must have been 30 or 40 seconds, but feels like an eternity. There was no way I was going to take another step towards her. Instead, I felt this kind of stillness, as if the forest around us froze in time and went silent. She finally turned around and started to walk slowly back up the trail. We watched her and waited, not saying a word to each other, until she's out of sight before we start going again. The car park was still around half an hour away, and we just fast walked in silence, a bit on edge, just trying to listen for anything. We look back and don't see her. It's absolutely the strangest thing that ever happened to me. The one thing I can't explain was how her cardigan was perfectly white. Even the bottom of it had no signs that she had been in the forest whatsoever. It gives me chills thinking of it. This happened 1 year ago, over the course of 5 months, but I've decided now that I want to see other people's opinions on it. I live in a rural area with a few houses around, but plenty of forest, and out of nowhere, around 10 to 12 at night, there would be a series of knocks on one side of the house, which isn't odd if it's one time, but this happened many times over the course of 5 months. If I had to put a number on how many times it happened, it's probably around 30. It's the exact same kind of knocking. At first, we thought maybe it's just some kids banging on the other side of the house, but no kid has enough dedication to continue it for this long with no reward. Also, I've stepped outside to see if anything's there, and literally, it's as if no one's there. I don't really believe in the paranormal, but I genuinely have no clue as to what this could be. When I was younger, I used to have this recurring dream that a girl in a white dress would come to me. At first she was harmless. She would never say anything to me. She would just stand at the foot of my bed and stare at me with these weird black eyes. Now it was almost like a lucid dream, because I would wake up in the exact setting that I fell asleep in every single time, whether I was staying at my grandma's house or if I was staying in my own bed. It would always happen. Now my father was a park ranger and a very strong man, so I always felt safe having my dad around. But there was one time that he wasn't around, and what happened I could never explain. Now, the exact same thing happened. I was so used to it. I wake up in the night, and there's a girl in that pure white dress just staring at me. This time, she raises her hand at me, and wants me to come with her. I'm not gonna hold her hand. I've rubbed my eyes and it feels like I'm not even in a dream, but I know that I am. She suddenly takes off and sprints outside, into the yard, then into the forest. Even in my dream mind, I still think, hell no, I ain't going out there. And I just go back to sleep. When I wake up, I can't shake the feeling that something was off about that dream. I kind of forget about it. A few years later, I hear off my dad that he's also had the same dreams, and some of the other park rangers have too that he works with, and he's never been able to explain it. He just thought it was nothing more than a dream. Well, that was until one day, I was out with my dad. We were just gonna go into the forest for a small hike together. I was really looking forward to it and always enjoyed doing so. As we get there, just on the tree line where the forest starts, my dad stops dead in his tracks. I've never seen my dad look so scared in his life, and this is literally someone that I've never seen be scared of anything. He says to me don't move, and he goes and picks up a stick. I can finally see what he's looking at, and my god, it is terrifying. It was the exact same dress that the girl in my dream would wear. Literally as though it's just been placed there, no dirt on it whatsoever. My dad goes up to it and pokes it with a stick. We don't need to say anything to each other. It was the exact same thing that both of us had dreamt of. We both sprinted back to the house and agreed not to tell my mum about it, not to scare her. I found out later that my dad actually went there to go and investigate further to see if someone was playing a prank on us, but literally, later in that day, the dress vanished without a trace. It's the single most crazy and unexplainable thing that's ever happened in my life. If it was only me having the dreams and this experience, I wouldn't have been as scared, but the fact that my dad had it too? Crazy. Now my native language is French, so sorry if there's any problems telling this story. This happened last week. I was searching for a cave with my girlfriend, and in France, we have incredibly detailed maps telling us every cave that has been explored. We decided to go to a cave which has a famous area, and there's caves littering the landscape there. So there's a very wooded area. The hills and valleys are very narrow. We spot a good place to start looking at the bottom of a small creek and make our way up. We go to the dirt and then further into the gravel and then the boulder field. That's when I remembered this sub, because we stopped walking at the same time. It was silent. Dead silent. Not even a bird. It's the kind of silence that actually oppresses you. We eventually continued walking uphill and come across a cave. Soon after, a bird breaks the silence, and we realised we are almost dead for asphyxiation. We didn't dare to breathe in silence. Now I've heard of other people having this before, but to experience it yourself is absolutely crazy. I mean, think, it wasn't something we heard that scared us, it was the silence. And it's not just that, you almost feel as though you're being stalked or someone's watching you. Maybe it's a primitive thing that lets us know there's a predator or person in the area, and the animals did the same. But there were no insect sounds either. That's what scares me the most. Usually I just think it was my mind playing tricks on me, but the fact that both of us stopped at the exact same time? Crazy. The details I have on this story are very vague, but someone told me about a teenager who went into the Apocaly National Forest to hike, and then was reported missing several days later when he didn't return home. A couple of months later, when he was found in the woods, he was a different person, appearing like he was drunk. He was tested but had no signs of drugs or alcohol. The negative results. Mentally, he wasn't all there, but physically, there's no signs of him being exposed to anything to cause this. He kept telling people that he encountered something strange. It was several months before he was himself again, and he had very little memory of what happened on those days. I've asked people that I know who live in Apocaly or have camped and hiked in the Apocaly National Forest, and they've never heard this story. I really didn't know this person who told me this story, but it's crazy. I do know that over the years, people have gone into the Apocaly National Forest and never came out. Some of them are harmed or killed by animals, others murdered by the worst enemy of all, humans, and never found again with a trace. Now I've driven through the forest on State Highway 40, and it's creepy as hell. It's creepy enough in daytime. I guess I'll dive right into what happened, and not bore you with the unimportant details. I was hiking on a trail I'm very familiar with, and because of the changes in the weather, I decided to leave the trail and cut through the woods. I wanted to try and get to my car before a downpour, and I knew this area like the back of my hand. Before I knew it, I felt very disorientated and nothing appears familiar. I'm not too sure if the woods seemed silent before or after I felt this way, but I become undeniably aware of how silent everything is. Oppressingly downright suffocating silence, and my heart began to pound as I stood in place, and it felt as though the woods were spinning and closing around me. It was like I'd stepped into something that I could not comprehend. It was then I noticed something about 15 feet in front of me. It was 10 feet high and about 8 foot wide and distorted. It was like something was bending the light and moving towards me, like a fogged up mirror almost, but with no definitive shape. But it was moving with purpose and intelligence, and would be completely unnoticeable if not for the distortion within and me directly looking at it. I turned to run, and realized another's behind me, the same size and shape. Almost then I realized that there's at least 4 of these things closing in around me, and I'm trapped. What I was seeing my brain cannot make sense of, and I'm in utter panic, shocked and back up against a tree, terrified to run in the direction of those things. I curl up into the fetal position, pull my hands over my ears. They had begun ringing, and the sound was deafening. I closed my eyes as these intelligent-looking cloaked things were all around me, about 5 feet in height. I saw a white flash, like what happens if you ever hit the ground really hard. That's the best way I can describe it. My ears were ringing. The flash, then nothing. I woke up to rain falling on me. Hours had passed. Everything looks normal, and I knew where I was. I gathered myself, checked for injuries, and realized that, weirdly, I'm completely fine, and drove home. I can't make sense of what happened. I've googled similar events but found nothing quite like what happened to me. I have no history of mental illness or other things that could have caused this. I've stumbled across stealth cloaking technologies used by the military, and the technology is primitive compared to what I witnessed. I just don't have the answers, and I don't know what happened to me or why. I've never had anything like it since. I just hate this. I'm definitely going to be seeing a doctor tomorrow. I have no history of seizures or other health issues. I'm in my 20s and fit and sound of mind, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. And now this happened in Ireland, and I was in the Midlands, so I'd rather not be too specific. So my story isn't recent, but I needed to share this. I'm 19 now, but this took place when I was 12. It's something that's always stuck in my mind. The night this encounter happened, everything was pretty normal. I was going back to school the next morning after summer break, so I had to be in bed earlier than I wanted to be. I remember falling asleep to the movie Meet the Robinsons, playing at probably 10:30 p.m. And then I woke up, and I knew it had to be late. But the first thing that I registered was that the TV is completely scrambled. I mean, almost like a DVD that doesn't play so it skips. But it was frozen, so the image was warped and boxy. Except the Meet the Robinsons DVD was fine. At this point, I guess it's around 2 or 3 a.m. The second thing I registered was that there's voices coming from the kitchen. I got out of bed to see what was going on because the voices are talking really loud and sound panicky. When I got to the kitchen, I realized that it was my mum and older sister arguing. The first thing I actually picked up on and comprehended was my mum saying, "Those are definitely aliens. What else could they be? almost sounding hysterical. Neither of them saw me enter the kitchen, but I asked what's going on, and my mum looked at me, and I knew she's scared and shaken. She literally had tears in her eyes. She told me in an almost sad voice that aliens were outside. At this point, we're all standing in the kitchen in front of our sliding glass door that looks across the yard. There's a field there. I was confused, so she pulled back the curtain to the kitchen door, and I don't see anything initially. I don't look hard enough. But I then saw my huge dog, German Shepherd and Great Dane mix, sitting in the middle of the yard in the direction of the neighbours, which was to my house on the right side. I asked my mum why he isn't sitting on the porch like normal and why he's so still. To that she said, "You can slide the door very slowly, but don't make too much noise." And usually when the door to the house is open, my dog looks towards it and runs in, but he doesn't. He's still gazing. I didn't realise what was going on, but I was scared because my mum was clearly scared, as my older sister is too. My mum signalled to my sister and I to be quiet, and we were. On a normal night, you can hear animals in the woods, or the trees in the wind, and crickets chirping because it was summer, but that night, we can't hear anything. It's completely silent outside, not even a breeze. This gives me chills that makes me shake. Something's terribly off. My mum shut the door, and my sister and I followed her to the bedroom where my dad was asleep and the windows open. She explains what's going on. She told me that my sister is in my room looking for something and peeks out my window. My room is in the back of the house and my window looks out to the trees behind the house. She saw what she thought was a pack of coyotes, but there's 30 of them, and the closer she looks, she starts to see distinguishable features, and that's when she dipped out of the room and told my mum. But before she could get there, my mum said that she walked outside before my sister came to say what she saw, and saw a tall, dark, slender figure walking down the neighbour's driveway towards our house. She thought it was a neighbour coming over for some reason, but then she suddenly got scared and felt it's best to pretend she's asleep so she wouldn't have to talk to the neighbour. And those events lead us to go into the kitchen window that overlooks the neighbours' houses right next to each other. It's dark. I'm looking very hard and I can see shadowy figures. Most of them are small and very quick. So fast that if you weren't paying attention you wouldn't have noticed, and if you paid even more, you could see the slower, taller ones. They move slow, and the silhouettes are dark, darker than their background, almost fluid looking. It doesn't look real at all. And this sucks, but we didn't even think about grabbing a camera and trying to get pictures, which is something I regret. Another thing I noticed that's worth mentioning was that behind the neighbour's house they had woods too. Well within the trees and very low to the ground, there were 3 evenly spaced out lights. One was green, one was red, and another's bluish. The lights were pretty dim. They were never there before though. We watched out the window for about 10 minutes freaking out. My mum almost wheezing because she's so scared. After that, she took us into her room and opened the window more, which I didn't like. It made me more scared. She says be quiet, and since we couldn't hear anything at all coming from outside, we sit in silence until we heard what sounded like a car passing. And we hear the engine sound, but we can just about make out the road from my mum's window, and we see no cars, no headlights, nothing. The engine buzz was loud and turned into something like a plane passing over the house. This lasts for about a minute. Then it's completely silent again. After a few minutes the sound would repeat. Eventually, after all this happened, my mum shut the window and the curtains and we sat there shaking. Another thing to point out was that I did eventually work up the courage to go back to my room, but that was a few hours later and it was getting light out. The TV scrambled, so I checked the disc and it's not working, so I ended up unplugging the DVD player to get it off the screen. That's about all that happened that night, but it freaked me out so bad that it makes me cry thinking of it. Not to mention that I wasn't the only one that saw it. I hate that I even witnessed this at such a young age. It was truly horrifying. A lot of you wanted to know my cousin's story on the Skinwalker, but I'm going to try and get to the actual story from him tomorrow and fill you in there. I do have another one though that I'd like to share, however. This one doesn't have anything to do with skinwalkers, at least I don't think so. There was an old legend about a lost town in the forest near where I lived, and for the most part, it was only a legend. However, it was noted as being true, and a ghost town is near my town. The story that I'm about to tell is one that happened when I was 11, and still scares me to this day. My dad likes to take me on the little off-road rides in his Jeep. It wasn't necessarily an off-road one either. It was a Cherokee, so it wasn't really built for the backwoods dirt trails. He decides to do this and go throughout a park with me and told me that it's going to be fun and we could go and check out the ruins of an old building. We decide along the way that we're going to have a real good exploration here. There was one of those official vehicles only gates on this dirt road we come up to, and usually that would stop people, but my dad just decides to break the lock and push it open anyways. My father was ever the best to listening to rules, but sometimes he had to break them. About 30 minutes into our drive on this road, he's shining a flashlight out of the window, trying to find this building, and he has his headlights on full. We're both looking for signs of, well, anything. Eventually we come upon this really steep hill. He says, "Oh, I think I remember this," and just guns it up there. Naturally, we get stuck at a certain angle. We can't reverse or accelerate. My dad never likes to admit when he's wrong, and said he can fix it, and started thinking that he's going to be able to fix this really easily. I was very curious, and I still am, and I got the flashlight and started looking into the woods around us. I'm kind of worried about bears or wolves, to be honest. I then noticed a little light in the valley below us, and turned off the flashlight to see it. At the same time, my dad's cursing at our car, and I decided to get a little closer to the light and see if I can figure out what it was. Mainly to see if there was somebody who could help us. As I got closer to it, the trees took it apart a little bit, and I can see there's a very small town. The best way I can describe it is like a town from the movie Big Fish. Just very numbered set of buildings. As I got closer, I hear voices, and I saw people, but something just seemed really weird, like they weren't really there. I decided to try and get closer to the town, but the closer I get, the more weirded out I feel. I eventually felt if I didn't turn around, I would never come back, which is very odd, and I've never had this feeling before. I decided to turn around and go back to my dad. He didn't get the car unstuck by himself, at least, and we just slept in the car. The following morning, the park ranger showed up, and after a lengthy talk with my dad and a very hefty ticket, he helps us get the car unstuck and be on our way. Before we left, I try and catch another glimpse of the village, and it was the ruins that my dad was talking about. I talked to the park ranger about it, and he said, well, this was once a thriving village, just lost in time. I decided not to say anything about what I saw to the park ranger, but did tell my dad, but his usual skepticism turned me away. I have visited since, and it's a pretty decent place, and I told my friends about what I saw, and they believed me for the most part, and we decided to stay out one night to try and find it and see if anything happened, but of course nothing did. But I still remember that night as if it was yesterday, and I still get goosebumps thinking of it. I went hiking with one of my old friends. He used to be homeless and in a bad situation with his parents, so I let him stay with me until he got back on his feet. One evening, before he officially started staying, we went one day into the woods to get his stuff from an area that he was posted up at during the night. It's probably 11 PM when we meet up. I got off work late. We go to the woods to pick up his stuff and we kind of get lost in the dark. It was abnormally dark considering the full moon was fixing to come around from its phase. Neither of us have flashlights and my phone had died, so I can't use it. Bad planning, I'll admit that. We stumble across a bunch of decently large moulds of dirt in the offshoots of the woods. Each mound had a small tree growing from the middle and a crude blank sign at the tops. By this point it's eerily quiet, considering we're very close to the deepest part of the woods where there should be lots of sounds. We eventually found his campsite and hurried out. Outside of the woods now, we're walking down a one-way street leading to the main road. A large moving truck comes our way and slows and passes by us. We pay no mind to it and just nod and keep going. The truck turns around and pulls into a little offshoot, stopping parallel to us with the engine on. The driver gets out and watches us. We weren't being conspicuous or anything by looking back, just glancing over the shoulder here and there. Nothing you can make out in the darkness from the distance has anyhow. We're almost at the top of the street, and we're near my car when he goes back in his truck and I guess opens the back door. The next thing we hear is 3 large dogs barking their heads off and a flashlight pointing our way. We started running and had to do some evading through neighbourhood streets before we could get back. Nothing ever come of it. No cops, no local town chatter, nothing. I still have no idea what we ran across, but I knew we shouldn't have been there. I have a horrible feeling that this could have ended a lot worse for us. So this happened about 15 years ago to my brother and me, and I still can't come up with a satisfactory logical answer to our experience. For detail, this happened in Ontario, Canada, and we were 8 and 5 at the time. It's in a suburban area, built around a medium-sized forest, and our house backs onto the woods. We were driving home with our mum, and we were arguing. She told us to get out and walk the rest of the way. She dropped us off in front of the woods at the playground. There's a connected public path leading back up through the woods to our street. It's about a 5-minute walk away, and a small hill between the playground and the main road. We weren't pleased that we got in trouble, so we made up quickly and start playing on the sliding swings. My brother goes up and says, "Hey, who are those guys?" I look over and saw 2 men dressed in black suits, white shirts and black sunglasses coming over the top of the hill towards us. They're walking briskly and purposely in our direction. They had brown hair, not close cropped but short and fairly pale skin. It's beyond bizarre. It scared me immediately. I told my brother to come down the slide and we have to go home. They had already unnerved him enough that he actually listened to me. We started down the path, and when I look over my shoulder, they're still coming towards us quickly. That was horrifying, so I start to walk even faster, holding my brother's hand. Maybe 30 seconds later, I looked behind me again, and they've started running. They're gaining on us. That pushes us over the edge, and I scream at my brother to run home as fast as he can. I know he's quicker than me. I think he's going to be able to tell my parents if we're going to be kidnapped. I have honestly never ran so fast in my life, and we didn't look behind us again until we made it home. Our parents were still unloading the groceries and were surprised. They figured out that we had spoken to someone, and they couldn't really understand exactly what happened as the men never said a word. They're accompanied by a wall of silence. Neither of us have ever experienced anything like it again, and it wasn't until a year later that I watched the BuzzFeed Unsolved episode about Men in Black that I realised what I had encountered. My dad and I went on a hiking trip a few days ago. My dad is a waterfall fanatic. He wants to see as many as possible. So he and I are hiking along a very pretty trail. We're hiking along a river. It's flowing nicely. There's mountains all around us. The trail is weaving around big, beautiful boulders. I'm hiking at most 30 feet ahead of him, looking for a spot to sit down and have picnic lunch on. And as I round a blind curve in the trail, I just freeze. Sitting on a stump maybe 10 feet off to the right is a guy. But he's wearing one of those colourful badger hoodies. With the hoodie pulled up, he's wearing a Halloween style bunny mask. He sees me and stands up right after my dad rounds a corner. We are all three sizing each other up in silence, and my dad addresses him. "What's up, buddy?" The masked man then tips his head as though he's deciding what to do with us. He then finally speaks, saying, "Oh, not much. You aren't the guys I'm waiting for. You have a good day." And then he turns and jogs off quickly. Strapped on his lower back is a large hunting knife and a pistol. We lose sight of him pretty quick. We hadn't seen a soul on the trail all day, and we'd been there for almost 4 hours. Needless to say, we leave the waterfall for another day and turn quick. Once we're off the trail, we report it to the local forest service and police, but they say they can't do much aside from keep an eye out for any suspicious activity. Now the guy had no backpack or water or anything, which makes me think that he either had it stashed somewhere or was camping nearby. I hate to admit it, but I desperately wanted to ask the guy who he was looking for and why. Let me start by saying that I love camping. Anytime my friends and I come home from college, we loaded up our cooler with beer, grab some gear and go screw around outside. Unfortunately, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or friends ever wanted to go with me, so I often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day, the weather was way too nice to waste, so I grabbed my gear, hopped in my car I borrowed from a buddy and drove to a spot that's secluded yet within safety of civilization if I need to get help. Camping also creeps me out though, but that feeling is always outweighed by the joy of it. So I make a little camp and a fire going. I hadn't brought all that much, but I'm enjoying myself reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. I got the feeling that I'm being watched and stopped dead in my tracks. I hear a twig crunch over to my right. but see a doe vault from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to camping. I just kept freaking myself out though, hearing sounds just outside of the ring of light cast by the fire. I always get inside my head, so I shrugged it off and kept whistling and just enjoying myself. Around 1, I decided to get into my tent and snuff out the lantern. I'd been slamming beers in the most unladylike fashion and smoking cheap cigars until I passed out. It's around 2 a.m. I hear footsteps. They sound pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it's a deer or some animal, maybe a raccoon, but I'm on guard. About 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open later, and I hear a rubbing sound and the tent fabric being pushed in a bit. I don't know what to do. I'm paralyzed with fear. I desperately wanted to go and get the knife and stab this person, but I think maybe it's one of my buddies messing with me. Suddenly, it stopped. I was starting to feel more secure because daylight's coming in about 2 or 3 hours, but I'm sure as hell not gonna sleep. All of a sudden, it's about 4 o'clock. I realise I should have my boots on in case anything were to happen. After having stayed up and keeping alert for a little longer, my friend's car alarm goes screaming. I sprint out of the tent. I got about 2 steps out before something grabs me around the mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but instead, the person stops me. I've heard that people can perform insane feats of strength with adrenaline rush. In my case, I just clamped down. His finger popped off almost. He screamed and pulled his hand away. He took off, running down the hill and into the opposite direction. I take off. I must have looked ridiculous, but I didn't care. I quickly make it into the car and speed it out of there, calling up my friends, telling them what's happened and the police, and get some real clothing. When the cops get there, they checked it out. The cops went out with a light. They brought me back some of my things that I left there. But what made me most scared is that right next to the tent was a gas can, and lighter fluid had been poured around my tent. The kicker is, they never caught the guy. So somewhere out there is some crazy guy that's looking to make fires in tents with people in them. Growing up, every summer in July and August, my family would get together and camp out for 2 weeks at the White Lake State Park in Tamworth, NH. Some of my best childhood memories were made there, with rollerblading, Nerf gun wars, etc. Now when I was around my late teens, my family stopped gathering together to camp out after my grandpa passed away. One of the last years I was there, this one particular memory always stuck with me. A little over 10 years ago, I was 16 years old. It was around 10 PM at night when I noticed I had a missed call on my cheap little track phone. My family was sitting around the campfire cooking s'mores and sharing some laughs, so I decided to go and get some privacy to return the call. I then took a long narrow trail that winds in between other campsites that, at the end, leads up to the bathroom. I wasn't going up to the bathroom. I just wanted to find an empty campsite and sit at a picnic table to make my call. There was plenty of those, since this whole side of the campground was where I'm going and it's vacant. There was no other campers nearby in that area. It was quiet and dark, so I chose a campsite. I sit down at a table, There's lights from a distance that light up from behind the top of the hill behind me, illuminating my surroundings just a bit. I called my friend and was carrying on a conversation for around 20 minutes. As I'm sitting there, staring straight ahead, I see the silhouette coming down from the road in front of me. The figure is coming towards my direction, where all the empty campsites are. I can see it's a person. It's not that unusual to see people strolling through the campsite for a night walk. The people I see usually have flashlights, so this person doesn't, but I'm not creeped out, just curious. As the person gets closer, I can see the outline better now, and it's a man. I also noticed his pace slows down. I kept my eyes fixated on him as I continued conversing on my cell phone. A minute or two passes by now, and now he stopped moving. He's just standing there in the road looking straight into the campsite where I'm at. Now I don't know if he can see me. Oh wait, he can now. He's staring at me. I step back. He was a little heavy and tall. I can make out he's wearing a jacket. I can't see many facial features, but I would guess that I was staring at a man in his late 40s or 50s. Alarm bells are going off in my head now. My mind has turned to mush at this point and I'm frozen. I was no longer listening to what my friend is saying. I just stare off at this guy. He starts moving now. He was tiptoeing towards me, very carefully, like he didn't want to make a sound. He put one foot in front of the other, leaned forward in a slight hunch form. It looked as though he was charging towards me. In that moment, I snapped out of my mind-mushy frozen state and leaped forward off the picnic table and began running through the campsite back towards the trail. Thud, thud, thud. I can hear him getting closer now, leaves scuffling, heavy yet fast footsteps. Footsteps were getting louder and closer. I made it back to that narrow trail. Once he gets close to whereabout I was, I heard the sound of twigs snapping and the sound of someone annoyed that they've tripped or hurt themselves. Most likely he wasn't familiar with the trail like I was. Whatever the reason it was, it causes him to just stop. I don't stop looking back. I just keep running and running until finally I make it back to my family's campsite. When I got back there, they're still having laughs and smiles by the campfire. I break down crying and I'm trembling. I explain what happened, and my aunt woke up and said, "Oh God." He probably thought that he was someone he knew and was doing it as a joke, dismissing me. My cousin saying, "Yeah, he probably stopped running after he realized he didn't know you, idiot." I wish I was taken seriously, but other than that one thing happening, there was no reason for them to really be afraid. My experience makes me think twice about going alone camping now. I always carry pepper spray with me too, and an alarm. I hope I never see that guy again. Now, while I was growing up, my family would visit the same lake every year for every summer weekend. As we got older, we would visit a large rock we called the Cliffs and jump off it. The rock's only about 15 feet tall at the highest point. For the water, that's really deep. When we got older, we would jump in and try and touch the bottom, but we never could. When my brother and I were in our teens, we took our kayaks to the cliff's edge to jump on our own. We jump off several times. We then find a nice cold spot at the very top of the cliffs and chill there for a bit. As we're sitting there, we notice a white shape in the water, floating towards the surface. It's the letter H. Eventually, It sank back into the water and we lose sight. Before we can look away or even say anything else, another shape was floating upwards, the letter E. Eventually, it too sank below, but it was followed by two more letters, L, P. We didn't jump in after that. We stood up without saying a word and left. We never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot it even happened. Several years ago, I was working as a camp counselor and told this story as a ghost story. I'd almost forgotten about it and texted my brother to see if I hadn't made it up completely. I asked him if he remembered the time we jumped off the cliffs and saw something in the water. He said yes. I asked him what it was and he too said it spelled out help. One of my friends always has these get-rich-quick schemes or shady ways of making money on the side. Now in one of his more brilliant moves, he decides that he's going to rent a house out near the country line to host illegal poker games in. Yep. Anyway, on this property is probably 4 or 5 acres with this tiny rundown church about 1,000 yards away on the side, and there's a redneck guy who lives on the side in a trailer probably a quarter of a mile or so down the road. However, the property backs up to the woods, and since it's always cheaper than the range, and I and a third friend ask our renter friend if we can go shoot some guns on the property. He obliges us, and we head out there on a Saturday afternoon and find a nice berm at the tree line to shoot into. Now we're just shooting paper targets with pistols, so we're not that far back, and don't need that much room to do so. After a few magazines, we decide to venture deep into the woods to see just how far the property goes. Now we get down to the bottom of the hill and see fluorescent ribbons that the server ties to the trees to mark property lines. We realise that the property is way bigger than we ever thought before. We're already 200 yards into the woods now. Now just as we're remarking how big it is, we see a dead animal about 10 yards away from the property line. Walking up to examine it, we see that it's a goat that's had its head cut off, clearly done by a human. Then we see a severed goat head a little further away. Now the really creepy part to this is that it's not the same goat. There's two separate ones, and clearly due to the decay, it's been multiple days apart. Now if we weren't armed it would have been way scarier, but it's still creepy because I fear humans more than anything in the woods now. Now I say this was out in the country, but it's in South Carolina, so there's really not crazy expanses of wilderness being an East Coast state that's pretty much all settled by people. The thing that gets me now is that there was a serial killer call not too long ago around the time we were there, and apparently he started on animals too. I've worked for a company who does contract work exclusively for the US Forest Service in surveying areas for invasive plants, and we basically travel all over the forest in SoCal, even in areas that are off limits to the public. I have many stories to share that fell into the category of being creepy. I have my story to tell. So my crew at work is basically between 5 and 6 people every day. The same people for 10 hours a day, 4 days a week. Like I said, we sweep through the forest by combining a search team looking for invasive plants and putting down a GPS tracker on their location to be removed. I remember one day when we came across this abandoned day use area where there had obviously been some sketchy stuff going on. Now, we used to park the car in a turnout across from it and eat lunch, and several cars would drive into the area over the curb. Because the main driveway was blocked with a big metal gate, people got out of their cars, some walking their dogs, some taking pictures, some for picnics, and some people just carried stuff and disappeared into the area. For a while, we had kind of skipped over the area because, according to my boss, no invasive plants have ever been tracked in the day use area, so we didn't go there. Nevertheless, it was still sketchy as hell. We would constantly drive by it and see people dumping things. What ended up happening was the crew got called to another part of the forest for a while, and we were probably out of that area for a few months, only coming back sporadically. But we drove down that same road every day and still saw cars parked there and stuff being dumped. So one day, my boss tells me that we need to walk the almost 7-mile stretch of road that day. He asks for volunteers to cover the sides of the road, which cuts through a narrow canyon, only 500 feet wide. The day use area was on the right side of the road, so I volunteered to go right with my other 2 workers, with plans on checking the area out extensively. We took our tools with us, which consisted of hoes, some folding saws, and pulaskis, which are basically a 2-headed axe with a pick on the end. Additionally, I was wearing my knife on my belt. So we started walking into the day use area, and I'm scanning for all signs of life. There's a bunch of abandoned stuff laying everywhere, like refrigerators, storage shelves, and broken glass everywhere. There's also several holes in the ground that were perfect squares, cut into the concrete, and they gone down pretty far. They weren't that big though, probably 4x4. So we kept walking back, and I see these rags scattered on the ground. Some have red stains on them. They're next to a big pile of dirt that's covered with stones and half a skateboard sticking out of the ground. There's a wooden cross nearby, and I'm thinking, is this some kind of grave? So I call the other guys over, and we read the writing on the skateboard, and it was a burial site for something that was once called a diamond. I couldn't make out the years on it, but the grave's big. One of my co-workers thought it was an animal grave. I chalk it up to being something that a dog owner's left there. We kept pushing through, and I'm seeing tons of invasive plants everywhere. I'm reading off the names to co-workers who's putting them into a GPS unit when we see a building tucked into the corner of the day use area. So we walk back there, and there's a tiny opening between the rocks, barely noticeable from the road, and it turns out to be a whole nother canyon branched off. We check the map and make sure there is a canyon near here where invasive plants could be coming from. The GPS shows nothing. We have to check it now. It's about the size of half a shipping container, clearly abandoned. The door is slightly opened. I reached out with the hoe and pried it open. It's pitch black. My co-worker takes out his phone, and there's some really weird stuff in there. There was tons of weird magazines on the floor, pillows and blankets, as well as children's clothing. I back up and start walking back to the main road. There's clothes everywhere belonging to adults. This is scaring the life out of me. I'm not about to go in there. When I get back in view of the road, there's a truck in the day use area that's not none of ours. I don't see anyone using the picnic areas, and the weird thing is, The truck had driven over the curb to bypass the gate and was parked in a secluded area. It didn't look like anyone was in the truck or around it, and I stay in the clearing waiting for my co-workers. When we finally got to the spot, I point out the truck to them, and they said he's probably hanging out in the old bathroom building which is off to the side of the road. They wanted to go in and check it out. I sure as hell don't want to leave them and be alone, so I follow. The building was kind of V-shaped, with male and female bathrooms on the end and a storage in the middle. They go into the men's room, whose door had literally been kicked down by someone, and apparently there was tons of illegal magazines all over the floor, tons of weird pictures of things that I'm not even gonna say, with pillows and blankets. There was a small hole that had been cut into the wall leading into the small storage room. It sounded like they were literally gonna try and crawl into the room for the bathroom to check it out. At this point, I was standing outside the building on the other end of the door to the storage room, and I'm not kidding you, I hear the doorknob jiggle. At that moment, my co-workers came running out of the bathroom, and one of them grabs his knife and brings it up. He quickly grabs another tool and bashes the door handle and the area around the door to the storage room. 15 seconds later, we see a man sprint out of the bathroom and run back further into the woods. Apparently, this is what happened. One of my co-workers stuck his head through the cut hole in the men's bathroom. It's pitch black. He uses his phone and sees there's a man there alone in the corner, boxes lined up with pillows and blankets on the floor. It startled him so much that he ran out too, as well as the other guy. We radioed up some of the hotshot firefighters who had a station nearby for support, and they sent a few guys and literally took a chainsaw to the door, set up a floodlight, and the room is filled with boxes and photos of really bad stuff. We told them where the man ran off to into the other building, so they went to check it out as well. Opened the door, floodlights on, and the creepiest thing out of the whole experience was that the building actually went back further into the dirt at the adjacent hills. The firefighters checked their photography maps, and sure enough, there was a bunker, and nobody went further into that place. Now, I've been homeless a lot, and I've lived in some distant families' land where they have an old cabin upon slits. Due to the local woods flooding heavily sometimes, I spend a good amount of time in this old cabin. There's a wood stove and a swing hanging from the porch. I use that as a bed sometimes. Overall, it was an okay place, and it wasn't too far of a drive from town to get food. You just have to tolerate the half-mile walk to your car. So anyway, one day I'm out walking around the woods, and in a smallish clearing in the path, I see easily a good 50 to 60 dead geese. Every one of them is mangled in horrifying ways. Necks ripped off their bodies, blood everywhere, feathers for the life of me, bones sticking out of the dirt. It looks like a genocide. The ground is dry, and there's lots of dust, but I saw no prints, and there was no other evidence of anything ever being there, aside from what I can only assume was some sort of explosion. I also found a torn open old backpack with a great deal of candy wrappers thrown about. Way too mouldy to identify or know anything of. I decide to turn back to see if I can grab a camera when I start hearing this god-awful shrieking sound, as if it was coming from every possible place. I took off pretty fast when it started, And to this day, my best guess is that it's a massive fume of toxins, or maybe it was from some massive animal. I really can't get a rational explanation here, and it really scares me. A mate of mine and his cousin decided to go on a motorbike trip around Australia. Unfortunately, on the second day, the cousin's wallet falls out of his back pocket, and it was only hundreds of kilometers later that he realizes. Now, the two of them were forced to rely on only one guy's money, since all of the bank branches refused to give out money to my cousin with no ID, which of course is in his wallet. Matters were complicated later when they filled up with non-sniffable Opal petrol, which buggered up their engines and required them to pay a mechanic to fix it. The end result was that they had almost no money, and any money left had to be rationed for petrol. They're eating 2-minute noodles for every meal and sleeping rough. In some towns in the middle of nowhere, they would go to the local pub just for warmth and company, but couldn't afford a beer. So one night they stopped at a town that consisted of a handful of houses, a caravan park and a hotel. When they went into the hotel, they met all of the locals, including the local cop and the owner of the caravan park. Mr. Caravan Park started talking with them and was getting pretty chummy because he knew that his was the only place offering accommodation and camping in that area that was legal due to the presence of crocs. Realizing that if they planned on camping illegally, they could get tipped off to the police, they decided to sneak out without anyone realizing and head out of town. They were hoping to find some shelter, but it was featureless red dirt as far as the eye can see. After about 20 minutes, they came to a bridge and hid their bikes under it to set up camp, even though they're in the middle of nowhere. Roads, trains would come by on a regular basis, and were loud enough even from a distance. The next morning, they went back to the pub to get water and noticed some old photos on the wall. One of them featured a very large crocodile. In the background was a bridge that they were sleeping under. I was on summer break and went camping with my friend and his parents. We went to the lake during the day and did the s'mores thing at night. His parents shared a tent while my friend and I had our own. I can't remember where our campsite was, and I'm not really in contact with my friend anymore. But 15 years later, I'm assuming it wasn't the safest place to go camping. Here's why. I woke up sometime in the early morning at like 3 or 4 AM and immediately saw a man's face looking in through the tent that he had unzipped at the door, sticking his head through with this absolutely insane look on his eyes. With wild hair. I'm literally stiff with fear. I can't do anything but look at the man, who's very slowly moving his head from left to right, as if this isn't bad enough. I guess my friend could hear my breathing loudly or something because he woke up too, having the same reaction as me, just laying there looking in terror at this mysterious man. And I'm not certain for how long he was actually sitting there, but it felt like it was hours, moving his head back and forth. At some point, we heard a noise close by. Oh God, there's more, I think to myself, literally shaking. But apparently, it's not with the man. He quickly disappears a couple of minutes later. We got out of our tent and woke up his parents, but the guy was long gone. What's more crazy about this is the guy didn't even blink. He literally just shook his head from left to right, staring at us, shaking. I've never seen anything so terrifying in my life, and I really don't want to again. This happened about 15 years ago. I was 6, and my sister was 11. We were camping with our grandparents on a campground we went to often, in a tent trailer we always used. We had been there for a few nights, having no problems at all. If you're not familiar with a tent trailer, the kind my family owns has 2 queen-size beds that fold outwards off the trailer, and we're somewhat suspended. We have a tarp over our head attached with hooks underneath to the base. Now in the middle of the night when we're all asleep, a man come into our campground and unhooked some of the tarp under my bed. He reaches his hand in and starts feeling around. I woke up to the feeling of someone touching my hair. Assuming it's my sister, I don't react for a few seconds. She suddenly jerks up, and we both realise there's a hand wrapped around her arm, and that a man's whispering, "Shh." Hysterically, we both start screaming for our lives. My sister and I start bending his fingers backwards, hoping to make him stop. My grandpa then wakes up for our screaming and figures out what's happening, and my grandfather furiously ran outside, but no one's there. The man's gone. Now thank God this was our last night there, and we were leaving in the morning. Needless to say, we would have left anyway. I'm just so glad that my granddad actually woke up and was able to help us. If it was just us there alone, I would have hated to think of what could have happened. Me and my father always went fishing. Heck, it's something we still do now. We live in the backwoods community, so nature's always around us. I've later moved into the city life, but whenever I'm staying with my mum and dad, I always like to go doing hunting or fishing with my father. Now from being out in the wilderness for so long, you truly get used to what's around you. My dad, being so seasoned, always had an explanation for something weird that would happen. However, there was one time something happened that was so weird that neither of us could explain it, even to this day. So I was 18 at the time. We were doing some night fishing in a lake, something that I absolutely love to do. We're having a great time, just talking about life and things in general. I was actually planning to move to the city around that time, so we spent a long time talking about that. And my dad was saying that maybe when I'm older I should come back to the forest and get back to nature, but he understood the opportunities that moving out into the city offered me, and I was really excited. Now as we're saying this, the moon seems to be shining really bright. It was cloud covered at first, so we didn't really see it. As we're sitting there talking, something seems off. We both stop talking at the same time, and I see almost a blue glow on my dad's face. I reach down to see if I have a torch on, and then I notice it. All of the water around us has a very light blue ambient glow, and I'm not kidding you, the entire lake seemed to have this glow to it. Everything around us was silent. I look at my dad, and he's just as scared as I am. We don't say a word, and suddenly, we hear an explosion sound in the sky. I'm terrified. We both jump to the deck, and stay cowering for what feels like an eternity. It's probably only about 10 seconds though. We both slowly raise our heads, and the light's gone, and there's no clouds in the sky. We quickly pull the boat into the harbour and get going home as quick as we possibly can. And to this day, I have no idea what the hell happened. I don't believe in the supernatural or UFOs, but I really think this has to have been something from out of this world. The closest thing I can think is that something carrying some kind of voltage dropped from the sky into the water, explaining the explosion sound, but it doesn't add up. My dad thinks it might have been something extraterrestrial, but I don't know. All I know is that it scared the life out of me, and I've never seen anything like it. I was a semi-driver at the time. I was at a small truck stop up in Maine. It was midwinter, cold. I was trying to get some rest before driving home. I fell asleep quickly as I'd been awake for probably 29 hours, and nobody was around as far as I could tell. I slept well, until I was awoken by the sound of yelling. It wouldn't have been the first time that some idiot was being weird to a woman, so I sit up to figure out what's going on, and I see two younger guys standing with their faces against the glass staring at me. They have black clothing on. The second they notice me, they sprint off, but I fell asleep thinking I was hallucinating due to exhaustion. When I wake up the next morning, there was a head of a deer or a moose or something placed next to my truck. Blood prints in the snow leading into the woods. I still have no idea who they were or how long they've been staring at me for. About 7 years ago, I worked at a southern-style restaurant. I'm originally from Alabama, but I live in the Midwest near Chicago. I was working one day, and a man, woman, and their daughter came in to eat. I waited on them, and they're really nice. They're probably older, probably in their 60s, while their daughter's probably 30-something. They noticed my accent and stated that they're from Alabama, as well as had moved near Chicago for work. Not knowing many people in the area, it's kind of nice to have a familiar accent as it makes me feel like I'm home. After I waited on them, they left a pretty decent sized tip, so it made it all the better when they come in. Over the next few months, they started coming in a lot, and I mean a lot, probably 3 or 4 times a week, and was specifically asked to be sat in my section. They tipped well, so I don't care. They talked to me about all kinds of things, although I was very careful not to reveal any information to them. Now, they told me that they saw me driving my Jeep, and they had a present for me. They gave me a decal and said, "It's a Jeep thing." I was rather embarrassed to say the least and didn't want to put it on my car, so I didn't. Then they come in and asked me why it wasn't on the back of my Jeep. Now this is where things get strange. We're open for Easter. I was working and they come in and confronted me, asking if I wanted to go to lunch with them the following week. I hesitated but was young, about 22, and felt pressured to say yes. They asked me for my phone number, and against every instinct I had, I gave it to the dad, and it wasn't a good feeling. A couple of days later, they call me and I don't answer. I let it go to voicemail, although the dad left a minute-long voicemail rambling about this or that, wanting to meet up. They came in the next day and asked if I want to meet at the restaurant. I said, fine, thinking they're going to leave me alone after I do it this once. I was young and dumb. Upon arrival, they didn't get out of their car. They told me to get in the car and we would go to a different restaurant. I got a really bad feeling in my stomach. I knew I didn't want to get in the car with them, Instead, I said I'd meet them at the other one. The dad started begging for me to get in the car. Being polite, I said no thank you, I'ma drive. I ended up going to the restaurant in fear of me leaving and standing them up, and it affected my job. So I went to the other restaurant after the dad begged me, and finally gave up. When we got to the other restaurant, he was continually talking about how he wished I would have listened, and went with him and got in the car, and was incredibly fixated on this. The daughter didn't speak, the mother didn't speak either. The whole experience was the dad telling me that he was upset I didn't get in the car with them and should have listened. Finally, I finished and left as quick as I possibly can. He said to me to get lunch again tomorrow, but I said I'm out of town. The next day, I had 10 missed calls from the dad, back to back. Each of them had a voicemail that was 3 minutes long of him just breathing, grunting and moaning. After I was terrified, I completely ignored them. Luckily they backed off and left me alone, but still come in to eat, although they didn't ask me anymore. I eventually stopped working there out of fear of seeing them again, because the other times I saw them I was too busy to actually speak to them. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I gotten into the car or if I kept on seeing them. They were not normal, and I can only assume their intentions were not good. Back when I was 18, my mum had been working in the garden, so she was exhausted and went to bed early. It was winter, so it got dark early. I knew I'd be the only one awake for the next few hours until her partner got in from working at 4 AM. I went about my usual nightly routine and get ready for bed. Now the house has 2 floors and my bedroom was on the top. After I smoke, I went upstairs and continued watching whatever. About an hour later, I decided I would have one more before going to bed. I just got finished with that one, and I'm about to head downstairs when my phone distracts me. I sat back on my bed and concentrate on that. When a minute or two elapses, I hear a loud banging from downstairs. I thought to myself, it's just my mum's partner coming home. Then seconds later I realised I didn't hear the front gate open. I didn't hear the taxi pull up outside either. And I didn't hear the front door open. My cat is on the bed next to me and it's not him. So what was that banging sound? I grabbed my taser, which looks like a Nokia phone, and stick it in my dressing gown pocket, going into my mum's room. She normally is such a light sleeper, but because she's tired from gardening, slept throughout the noise. I wake her up and tell her that I've heard something. She gets herself ready and grabs a small metal pole, and we head downstairs. I insist on going down first because, in all my fairness, my mum is like 5'6", 130 pounds, and has multiple sclerosis and is holding a flimsy metal pole. I figure it's better to tase someone. Now, looking around, everything seems to be fine. However, the last room we check is a bedroom, next to the bathroom. And there, I find that the window that sits just above the bath is wide open, and some of her shampoo bottles are on the floor. It's like 2 AM. We're really scared now, and my mum calls her partner to say something's happened and someone must have tried to break in. His response? It's probably a fox. Go to bed, you're paranoid. 5 minutes later, the police arrive with 4 cars and dogs. They look around, come into the door asking obvious questions. After doing a walk around the house, they come back again and ask the usual, saying, "Do we usually keep our plastic garden chairs under the bathroom window?" Of course we don't. The police advise us that there's a dodgy gang about that's been breaking in and attacking people, and they must have used the garden chairs to help them get in. The police also advise that a house a few streets over has just been broken into and someone was hurt. The thing that freaks me out most about it is that had I not got distracted by my phone, I would have headed straight down there at the exact same time they're in my house. A few years back, I was driving to a party with some friends from my house by myself. They lived about 30 minutes away, and it was around 10:30 and pitch black. So I'm driving down the road, and I see a man on the side of the road with a small white sack. Down the road, there's a white car with the door open. As I pull up, I roll down the window. He says his car broke down. His hair is greasy and long. He looks like a lot of residents that are in the area, farmers and mechanics, etc. So I pick him up as he wasn't much bigger than me. He's about 37. I say, "Where are you going?" and he says, "In town." And away we go. I start talking and he's a bit weird, so eventually I stop bothering to make conversation. Every so often, he shifts position and there's a clatter from the back. He said he needs to arrange a ride when he gets to town, saying, "Can I use your phone?" I give it to him, reluctantly because it's a brand new iPhone, and he calls up someone and starts saying he has some GPS for sale. His bag shifts, and I see there's radios in the bag. The broke down looking car he said he owned was a car he'd just stolen the radio from, and he's trying to sell them while we're in my car on the phone. I say, "Hey dude, when you're finished with your call, I need my phone back." Cool as a cucumber. I want to make him think I'm really stupid, and I'll take him wherever. So we get to about 10 minutes from where I'm going, and I know I have to get rid of him. So I'm like, "Hey, brother, I need to make a call really quickly so I can get in my friend's building." He reluctantly hands the phone back to me, and I make a fake call quickly and chuck it in the door pocket where he can't get it. So I ask him again since we're in town, and he says, "Whatever, you're gonna drop me off here then." I scan him quickly to see if he has a knife. So I slow down and stop when I'm satisfied he doesn't have one, and say, "Here you go dude, up the corner." He's like, "Nah man, we're gonna keep going." I finally lose a call and scream at him to get out now. He then reaches for something in his pocket, but I manage to push him out. I squall my tires and pull out of there and immediately call the police. A couple of days later, I see a piece in the paper saying they caught him and he's wanted for murder. For a bit of background, my sister and I live together in a house that our parents own. At this time, we live with two people we found off flatmates. We both still live here, but we asked the other two to move out because they seemed unfamiliar with the process of locking doors, and our personalities clashed a fair bit. For an idea about the layout of the house, my room is next to the front door. There's a kitchen and living room in the middle near the back door, and my sister's room at the back of the house. To get to the backyard, you have to either go through the back door through the house or go outside. One day, I was home on an off day, enjoying the peace and quiet of having the house to myself. I listened to music, Did some cooking and treated myself to a bit of pampering. I realised I'd run out of face wash, so I went to my sister's bedroom to see if she had any. We used to have fights as a kid over who used whose makeup or whose top was whose, but I figured since we're grown adults she doesn't care. I know this information seems irrelevant, but it all makes sense. Now my sister was a manager at a restaurant, so her coming home really late or not at all was standard. Between a lot of work hours and socialising, I didn't see her that much. But on this night, she came home when I was already tucked in asleep. The next morning, I woke up to a message from her in the early hours asking if I went to her room. There I am thinking, how did she know that? So I answer yes. I was looking for the face wash. Oh, that's alright. I did ask if you were okay, but you didn't answer at all. Also, close my bedroom door next time and keep the back door locked. It was wide open this morning. So obviously, I'm completely freaked out by this message. I had only gone into her bathroom during the day when she wasn't there. I told her that I never went into the bathroom during the night. Of course, she thought I was messing around in all seriousness, but I told her this is not the case. I asked her if she knew the other two housemates were home last night, just covering all bases. She said neither of their cars were home when she got there, and they confirmed this by saying they stayed at their partners' houses that night. If it wasn't me, and it wasn't one of the others, who was sneaking around going through our house in her room? As I said earlier, the housemates had a bit of leaving the doors unlocked at night, and other weird habits. But no one was home. Since we live in an area that isn't the greatest, locking the doors has always been a thing that we double checked now. Not long after this happened, they moved out and a couple of close friends moved in. They were still really good with locking doors and making sure everything was safe. But 2 months ago, we saw a really suspicious van parked outside, and things started getting stolen. And all of these were stolen on the night that the gate to the garage wasn't locked. My house is definitely a target for creepers. I distant hike when I can. Sometimes this means getting up early, staying out late, to get as many miles in as I can. Sometimes walking in the pitch dark with a low light headlamp seems spooky. I grew up in the wooded areas. I've slept under a canopy of stars more nights than I can count. I've trekked literally thousands of miles of trails, riverbanks, lake shores, ridge bottoms, bogs and creeks. I've hunted the game. I'm establishing this because this is very important for you to understand. I've seen, heard, smelt all about this region in terms of what it has to offer with wildlife. My scariest experience so happened at about 04:30 in the morning. It was late spring, so the first morning light wouldn't be visible from the treetops for another 30 to 45 minutes. Another hour passed until sunrise. I was on mile 5. I'm in a low bottom that's wedged between the two steep ridges. The trail I'm on was narrow, muddy, and completely hemmed in by a thick underbrush, young maple and oak. I'm confused, but focused on a small light with my headlamp, and I did hear what I think I did, a loud crack. I freeze solid. This is a part I'm having trouble describing. 04:30 in springtimes means I am the only thing making noise. No birds chirping, nothing. It's literally dead quiet. Mid-step I froze. Now it's just me, and my fight or flight reaction. The thought instantly flashes in my mind as I stood there bracing myself into silence. If I hear that again, I'm turning round and leaving in a hurry. Why? Because that sound was not a branch breaking, nor a deadfall. It wasn't a widowmaker. I was damn sure that whatever did that done so intentionally towards me. Hearing it twice, well, God. To describe it as best I can, it sounded like a big piece of wood being violently smashed against a tree. More like a baseball bat, to be honest. The distinction in my head being that this sounded like a crack, not a thud or thump, as I have described it as an explosion. It's such a horrifying sound to me now. So I stood there, completely spooked. I realised the soon-to-be worst part of my situation. I knew where the sound come from. I knew where the trail went. In about 30 yards, I was gonna come to a 180-degree turn and start up the ridge going away from the creek. This meant as soon as I got the courage to move towards the noises, I was gonna have to turn back to it and get up that ridge. I'm nervous now. My head somewhere between meth find murder and Bigfoot. Minutes pass, I just breathe. With the fog misting up on my glasses, and there's nothing. Dead quiet. I've got about 30 minutes until first light. I crank up the headlight and start to slowly creep to the 180-degree turn. When you wear a headlamp in the woods at night, every branch can cast 1,000 shadows. Without moonlight, there's little help. I get to the turn and quickly make the bend. I'm moving pretty fast now, trying to be quiet, taking tiny shallow breaths. Then I smell it. A stench hits me that I can't describe. Imagine being dead, rotten and cold and wet. I've actually worked scenes with humans who have expired in the past, and this was worse or similar. I kept walking fast. By the time I made it to the top of the ridge, I'm huffing. The first light's here. I didn't stop moving until the full light was out. I've never heard it again in the woods since then, and I've never had a smell like that before. I honestly have no idea what the hell that sound was, or what could have been strong enough to make it. A few years ago, when I was 17, I just graduated from high school and got my first job at a Christian camp near Yosemite in California over the summer. Mainly the people I worked with were great and really sweet Christian college kids, the good kinds. There was one guy though, I would say he's Carl. I didn't frankly like him. He was tall, handsome, charming, had golden curly brown hair and a smile that could stop your heart. His eyes though, they're dead. He never got those little crinkles in the corner of his eyes when he smiled, which suggests that it's not a real smile. It was like the top half of his face died. There were things I did not like about Carl off the bat. His eyes for one, the dead of his smile. He never asked for anything. He tried to twist your arm. He just very softly, very slowly tried to manipulate the situation to feel as though you owed him. Each time, it felt like a part of my brain shut down, like a slamming door, almost like I'm powerless to say no. I get along with most of the little cliques of the camp. No one really dislikes each other. As far as I knew, we just kind of broke off into groups based off what we like into our free time, or who we like the most. Carl, though, seemed to make friends one-on-one with a clique. By the time he left the group, it was desolate. They were fighting, not speaking or trusting each other. I know this isn't a lot of evidence, but I'm trying to take a good picture mentally and describe it to you. Now one day, everyone in the camp decided to go friendzone. We tried out a lot of camp food and wanted real dinner, maybe seeing a movie or go bowling. I was off work last. Now, at camp, we had a sign out sheet. Being so close to Yosemite, we often went hiking, so if we had left, we put our name down along with where we're going, when we left and where we should be back, and when. This way, if anything happens, the search teams know where to go. So I put all my info into this sheet and head down to the parking lot. My friends had all divided up into their cars, and I jokingly asked if they forgot about me. They said Carl had said I could ride with him. I look around and I don't see Carl, although I seen his name on the sheet. All of the hair on my body stood on end. I was terrified to get in the car with this guy alone. He felt so wrong, just off. Just not right. I don't know how else to say it. My friends were telling me I have nothing to worry about and everything's gonna be fine. I saw Carl walking towards the parking lot with that dead smile on his face, and everything in me was seeming to get scared. I said that I was tired and wanted to stay in tonight, and Carl laid the charm trick on me, telling me what a night it's gonna be. I owed him because of God knows what, with this dead smirk on his face. I refuse. He gets mad. Told me I don't need to be such a horrible person. Finally, everyone figured out that I wouldn't be persuaded. I hugged one of my girlfriends goodbye, whispering in my ear not to ride with Carl back. When they all left, I walked back to the area with the sign out sheets to cross off my name, since obviously I wasn't going anywhere. I saw the sheet, saw where my name was, and my heart dropped. My name had already been erased. Where I live in college, I have to come back a long way to get to home. It's literally states away, so I'm used to driving for hours on my own. This is often through heavily forested roads, with little to no other cars on the journey. Now I don't mind, I just play some podcasts and really enjoy my time normally. However, one night would change that forever for me. So it was the end of semester, and I was ready to set off like normal, and I check my phone and I have a text off my mum. It says, "Be careful." I don't know why I have a really weird feeling about tonight. I laugh about it and think, yeah, she's always paranoid like that, and set off at around 10 at night. I should be home by about 5 in the morning, that means, so I can get in, sleep and enjoy the day with my family. So I set off and all feels normal. I've got my music playing and I'm having a good time. Now I don't know why, I suddenly have this weird feeling come across me. I notice that my radio starts to act up too. Not like normal interference though that I've ever heard before. This is almost like it's being jammed. I just laugh and quickly switch my phone to podcast mode. Aliens are not gonna stop me today, I laugh to myself, and I continue onwards. Now as I'm driving, I haven't seen one other car yet, but lo and behold, there's some kind of light as I'm approaching a bend. I slow down thinking it's another car, making sure I don't have an accident, but it doesn't seem to move. I think this is odd. As I get closer, I realise that it's just a torch that's been placed on the side of the road It's as though a person's just put it there to look like a car's headlights. I think that's really odd, but decide to keep going, thinking maybe a road worker left it there by accident. I don't know, it could happen. Now as I'm driving, I switch the radio again to get a weather update, and I realise that the same jamming type thing is in place. I really don't want to worry myself and think I'm just being paranoid, so I press on. Now that's when I see the same thing up ahead again, except there's two. What giving it away is that one was dimmer than the other, because it was the same orange type of glow that the torch had from before. I'm certain that it's just going to be some road workers doing something, so I decide to slow down and roll my window down to let them know that they've left a torch on up the road and it might be dangerous to other drivers. As I do so, I see some people in high-vis jackets. When I'm slowing down though, I have a horrible feeling that something isn't right. My car slowly comes to a stop, and I decide to put my full beams on. I know some of you are gonna moan at me for this, but I didn't care about temporarily blinding someone to see what was going on. That's when I see it. There's 5 people wearing high-vis jackets, but something looks off about this. I can see that the people in the background are wearing all black and a high-vis jacket. That just isn't right. I'm confused as to what's going on. Why on earth would they wear all black and a high-vis jacket? It's almost like they're not actual road workers, but the two at the front are. I call out and say, "Hello? Are you guys from the government?" And there's no reply. As I'm waiting there, a horrifying grin comes across one of the workers' faces. As my eyes have adjusted to the darkness, I can see that there's more lights in the background. And I can see that the torches have been placed there just the same as before. Then suddenly, I can hear the sound of rustling around me. To my left, I can see that there's a group of people coming from the tree line. And, almost on cue, my headlights go back to normal mode automatically and I can't see the guys in front of me. Just as it goes off though, it gives one flash of light and I can see that the people in the trees are carrying a lead pipe and other objects. This is the most scared that I've ever been in my life, and my fight or flight kicks in. I desperately jam my car into reverse and floor it, panicking not knowing what to do. As I do so, it illuminates the silhouettes of at least 8 other people on the left side of me, waiting, coming to the tree line. As I'm reversing out of there, to my horror, they all come into the road and just stop, staring at me, all dressed in black. What's worse is that as I'm screaming, the light suddenly goes off from the torches and I can't see them any longer. I immediately do the quickest U-turn of my life and start heading in the opposite direction. I'm trying to get through to the police but I've got no signal. I speed the rest of the way home. In a terrified state, I'm crying to my mum. I don't know if they'd followed me or what. I made damn sure to get out of there as quick as I possibly could. I then file a police report. The worst thing? My mum doesn't believe me about any of this. She thinks it was just sleep-induced hallucinations, and that I was so tired I imagined all of it. That was about to change though when the police arrived, and they told me and my mum that they were so thankful for the report, and they've been tracking down a group of people who pretended to be road workers to then try and kidnap people. Apparently someone else nearly got caught earlier in the week, but sped away too when they tried to grab her. It just makes me sick to think that there's people like that out there in the world. But the fact that I was miles into deep forest with no one around to help if I needed it then, It was only God's grace that I spotted them and didn't actually get out. About a month ago, I moved into a house near the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. It's very secluded. Everything was great up until about a week ago, when this strange thing started happening. Not like paranormal, just strange. So I knew moving in, I'm gonna have about an acre to myself, which is nice. The acre itself is just about all thick, dense woods. Towards the back, you can't even go any deeper because the land is too rigid and the trees block a clear path into anything. Now I live alone in this tiny home. My brother and his dog are moving in a couple of weeks. The house is pretty small. It also has a basement with a sliding door to the backyard, which has a tiny little fence that can be knocked down completely if someone's trying to get over it. I decided that I was going to start fixing it up until my brother's dog becomes well trained. Now this is when the first creepy thing happened. I left to go to Lowe's just to buy one classic lump of wood for a fence, just enough to make sure a dog can't get his head over it or leap past it. Now as I was coming back home, I noticed a man on my doorstep, looking inside through my window. Even though any person could have heard me pulling into the driveway, he doesn't flinch at all, even when I slam the door shut. Eventually at this point, I kind of uneasily said, can I help you? To which he replied, I'm just your neighbour and saying hello. I went out of my way to put the wood I was carrying in my hand down on the ground and went to shake his hand, and he didn't move again. He just stared at me. After this weird encounter, I was more just done with him, so I said that I'm very busy and I'm fixing my fence and it's nice to meet him. He stayed at the front of my house though for about another 2 minutes, watching me put all my wood inside the living room, looking into and around my house in the process. I'm thoroughly creeped out now. I just closed the door in his face and went about my business. About 2 days later, into fixing my fence, another woman, this one looking nicer and having put a little appearance into her look, greeted me kindly, telling me about herself. I'll call her Miss H. Now she started to talk to me, explaining how people don't normally move around here, and I was the first in about 11 years. She went on to explain the rest of my neighbourhood, whom I knew are around the same age as her, like to stay to themselves. After a pleasant talk with Miss H, I asked her, what's up with the guy that I saw earlier? She said that, well, he's about 6 foot, which you probably know, old but not too old, probably mid-50s and brown eyes, decent shave and grey hair. Miss H went on to explain that the person who lived here before me was a widow, and her teenage daughter, who was homeschooled, had left because this perv started to stalk her. She got on to say other things about this weird man, and eventually left it at that. Now last night, I thought I heard a tapping on my window at exactly 2:37 AM. I knew this because I looked at my clock. Now my window is a good 4 feet above the actual ground, and below it, I think it's just a figure of a bird or something, and maybe it's casted its shadow trying to get in. But no less than 2 minutes after silence, the tapping become 3 loud bangs. I immediately ran to the closet, grabbed my hunting .22 and hid under my bed. Peeking over, I see a figure looking in. After being scared for my life, I hear the familiar voice of the perv shouting, I need your help. Not knowing what to do with myself, I threw my curtain open, and the only thing between his forehead and my .22 was a ½ inch of my glass. He didn't say a word. Not don't shoot me, not I need help, not oh hey. He then pointed behind him to the fence. I then ran outside to see what he wanted. I still have the gun on me. I said, "What's wrong?" He said nothing, pointing to my fence. I look over, and this time I saw the fence had seemed to have been run over by a car, with mud tracks everywhere. How on earth had I not heard this? I look at the 50-something-year-old cars, of whom were dirty tire tracks that could have left this. I'm annoyed at what I saw and yell, "What the hell?" And then pull my finger on the trigger when he finally replied, "That's your fence, isn't it?" Jumped in his car and quickly sped off. It's currently 3 PM on March 2nd, and I've scraped the entire fence idea out of sheer exhaustion and fear. This is really happening right now, and I'm really not sure what to do. What I'm about to tell you happened 2 days ago in southwest Sweden. It was around 5 PM in the afternoon, and I decided to meet up with one of my friends. We have moped scooters, and drove to the grocery store to get a snack for our small trip. After that, we head towards a beautiful sheep pasture that I had been to once and wanted to go to again. It's located maybe 15 minutes away from the center of town. After a while, we come to a narrow road surrounded by a forest, since it rarely drives any kind of vehicles out there. I started to drive in the middle of the road, and sometimes even on the part of the road for approaching cars. One time, when I looked in my mirror, I saw my friend driving close to the edge. At first, I thought she was making a point that I should keep on my part. But then, she drove even closer to the edge, almost going in a ditch. I stop and wait for her to catch up. We're both kind of laughing, and I ask her what happened, and she said, "I got distracted by something weird by a tree and forgot the turn." We laugh and continue. Later, when we sat in the sheep pasture eating our snacks, we started talking about it again for some reason. I asked what she saw, and she described it as some kind of wooden plank that was nailed to a tree, and that it looks like a person with just holes as eyes. My reaction was, "Oh yeah, really?" And we decided to relocate it on the way home. We stopped by the roads and I turned off the engine. When I look up, I spotted it right away. It was hanging in a tree, looking dead. Now, I immediately think of some cults that are known to operate in the area. Maybe they were worshipping this. I don't know. I have a picture saved on my phone of this, and I'm really thinking of reporting it to the authorities. Something just doesn't feel right about it though. I have a horrible sense of evil when I look at this. I hope nothing too bad's happened here. I even got told that this could be a grave for something, as part of some of the sacrificial rituals that can take place there. I'm not really willing to go back to find out though. This happened when I was probably 7 or 8. When I was a kid, I lived in a pretty sketchy neighborhood. We lived in those long apartments. Ones are attached to the sides rather than stacked on top of each other. The front of the apartment faced a main road, and there's a little street to access the park and woods and back area of the apartment. Behind the apartments is a massive field and a forest. Me and my friends and I used to go there to build hobbit holes in the grass. My mum hated it when we went out there because there were some rough people that lived in the neighborhood. She didn't like the idea of 7-year-olds playing out there in the same place where people do drugs. I'm adding some more details so you can get a picture. Now one day, I was out in the woods by myself, just exploring and pretending to be Indiana Jones or something, and I was coming out of the tall grass. I could see the little back alley in between the parking area and the woods, and I saw something lying in the grass. I believe it's a deer. I think it's just sleeping, so I creep up on it, trying to not scare it. I know, cool. That was quite funny. When I got there, I knew something was off. The deer was too still and smelled horrible. I couldn't see its face, and its back was facing me, but when I got up to it, I nearly had a heart attack when I saw its entire stomach is ripped open. I wasn't a smart kid, but I knew this was messed up. When I turned to run back home to tell my mom, I saw another deer nailed to a tree next to the first. I don't know how I didn't notice this before, but its two front hooves are literally nailed to it. It's a disgusting scene, as you can imagine. As I stood there, staring at it, a car drove past a little alley. I remember it's a white car with tinted windows driving really slowly. I mean, everyone drove slowly on this alley because it's a residential street, but these people were barely moving. I can't see inside, but I got the sinking feeling that they were watching me. Obviously, I can't be sure that they are, but I'm 99% sure it was them. Once they were gone, I booked it home and told my mum the whole thing. She told me not to go in the field again, and I agree. I really hated what I saw. For the next month or so, I saw that car drive everywhere. It would drive up and down the main road I was on while I was playing in the front yard. It would drive down and back towards the alley when I would be back in the yard. I even remembered seeing it at a grocery store once, but they were definitely staking the house out. It was always the white car, tinted windows, maybe they're following me, and always driving way too slowly to be normal. I tell my mum about it, but she chalks it up to a neighbour just going down the road. So one day, my mum was out mowing the lawn. Because of the way the apartment is, she had to push the lawnmower all the way around the apartments to get to our backyard. Being the helpful kid I was going to meet my mum out the back to open the gate so she can put the lawnmower in the shed. As I'm walking out the gate, I see the car come along the back alley. Normally, the car goes slow. As soon as it turns a corner, however, the driver steps on the gas, zooming up behind me. The back door closest to me opens and someone gets out and starts running towards me. I don't remember what he looked like or even if it was a he. I just remembered getting back home as quick as I can, terrified. After that, my dad yelled at me for peeing myself, and neither he nor my mum believed me about the guy in the car, and I never saw him again, and we moved a few months later. That sounds really harsh, Jesus. My parents still think I made up the whole thing, even though they thought how sketchy the neighbourhood was. I don't remember anyone going missing at that time in my town, but I never really looked it up. All I know is it was really messed up, and I have no idea who those people were and why they did that to the deer or what they planned for me. I just hope they never done anything to anyone else. This happened a few years ago, and we didn't know exactly who this man was, but it still scared me senselessly. When I was about 13, I used to have my bed right under my bedroom window. It was also around the time my dog was brought inside because she got too old to stay out. At the time, we didn't have screens covering the doors like we do now, or the windows, so the windows could easily be opened and there's no barrier. I always left my window open during the day to let in fresh air, then close and lock it when it starts getting dark. The house is surrounded by forest, Not very thick, but still thick enough that you can't clearly see through it. It's completely normal to hear strange noises at night, because things like bears or stray dogs or even former neighbours' chickens would roam around through our backyard. So when I heard something shuffling around my window, I didn't think much of it, and continued playing video games. Not even 10 minutes later, I heard something hit against it. It may have just been a large June bug. When they hit a window, it sounds like rocks being thrown, so I literally ignore it. The knocking kept going, but I just kept ignoring it until finally it stopped. Fast forward until around 2 AM. I was finally settling down and going to sleep when I hear breathing. Very faint, enough to miss if my room wasn't silent. I heard something drag down my window, like a stick or finger. I did it a few times, and that was enough for me. I jump out of bed, running to my dad's room. I told him that there was something at my window, and he immediately came to look. We turned on the lights, and nothing's there. I told him what I heard, and he said he's gonna look in the morning. We did just that, and my stomach churned. Under my window, there were two completely different foot tracks, one back and forth besides the generator, looking directly under my window. There's even cigarette butts laying on the floor, and ashes. Like they've been there for a while. The foot tracks led towards the woods, and seemed to stop there. We have no idea who this was, and to this day even thinking of this terrifies me. Afterward we put locks on the windows and screens up, but I'll never forget that day. Okay, so this was a normal rainy evening when I was 14. I played games until my mum come in and told me to go to sleep. But before I get to the creepy parts, I'll give you an overview of our home. Our house is located on a hill. The closest neighbours are literally 100 meters further at the road. This road leads to nowhere, so there are rarely people going past our home. Behind the house is a little forest area that I used to play in as a child. And also, the house has 2 floors. My room is at the second upper floor. Yeah, I gotta admit it's a lonely house, with rain, darkness, and a forest that could keep me a little bit worried if I didn't know what was in there. So I went to sleep as usual at 11 PM. I fell asleep very quickly. However, at 3 AM I woke up, and I didn't do that so often. I think I had to go to the bathroom or something, so I went to pee and look through the window and do my thing. But it wasn't that relaxing nightly forest that I saw. My eyes glued on a specific character in the darkness. A man wearing dark clothes was just standing at the path of the forest. I don't know what he was doing. I started to panic, of course, and switched off the bathroom lights really quick. I sneak up to my parents downstairs, and I've never felt so afraid moving in my home in my life. We had alarms on, but it didn't calm me. I took a look at my parents. They're asleep. My sister's not up either. I went to the kitchen and peeked through the window. There he was, still standing at the pathway, closer now. And now I can see his body. I can't figure out his face. He looks huge. I just sat at the window, scared and almost falling to tears. Little rain poured to the ceiling and made naturally chill sounds. That didn't help. I peeked through the window again, and I almost jump out of my skin when he's standing in the yard now. I can see his face. He looks terrifying. I now ran to my parents to wake them up. My father ran out the back door, but my mum said that he could be dangerous and might be armed. She calls the police. Movement inside the house made the guy move, and he runs towards the road and the forest. My father swore that he couldn't go after him, but was mad that he couldn't. Now we wait for the cops to show up. Eventually they show up and ask questions and check out the forest with my dad. At this point, I went to sleep again with my mum, terrified but managed to sleep. I still have nightmares about this today. When I was young, me and my brother loved to go and play and explore in the forest near where we lived. We had a group of neighbourhood friends that we'd also do this with, and to be honest, those were some of my best memories. However, this would all change one day, and everything seems like normal. We set off on a normal summer's evening, and we decide we're going to play hide and seek. Now to get to where we play, we have to walk through a bit of a swampland. I say swamp, it's not really a swamp, but it feels very similar to one. So we're walking through this, stumbling around, and finally make it to the giant tree. This is the exact tree that marks the spot where we play. So, I have to look for people unfortunately, but it's my turn, so that's fine. I hide behind this tree and start counting. I finally get to 1 and say I'm ready for you lot. And I burst out laughing when I see one of my stupid friends has literally climbed on top of the tree, hit directly above me, got caught instantly, then starts panicking that he can't get down. I help him down and I say, "You search the left side, I'm gonna go a bit deeper and find these." He says fine. To be honest, more than anything, I can't wait to tell the others how stupid he was. As I'm walking, I see something up ahead. It's a dark figure. I laugh and start sprinting up there. I stumble on the way and hurt my knee though, so I was quite annoyed about this. But by the time I get there, the figure's moved. Now I'm looking around and something feels very odd. It feels like I'm being watched, but not like in hide and seek. This is almost like a much darker, ominous presence is there. I've literally never had a feeling like it since then. So I look around when I see part of a hand. Well, it's not a hand, it's a stick that looks like a hand, but I can make out what it is in the shadows. As I get closer, I see it's holding something. I think that's really odd. I get a bit closer and realise that it's a skeleton hand. One that looks slightly degraded, like it's been there for some time. Halloween's around the corner, so I'm sure it's a Halloween prop. I hold up the piece of paper and look inside. It says run. It's not in any of my friend's handwriting. And then, to my horror, I see a shadow appear behind me. I glance back for a second, and there's 2 giants of men standing there in full camo gear, with smirks on their faces. I drop the paper and let out this blood-curdling scream, and I begin to sprint my way back. I end up going all the way to the tree, and to my horror, I'm met by all of my friends there, who can see how scared I am, and we all sprint all the way back home. When I get there, I explain what's happened, and my brother's so scared he starts crying, where he's younger than me. We're more scared of getting in trouble with our parents, don't even bother telling them. But looking back on it now, I really wish I'd done something more at the time, like told the authorities or something. I hate the thought that there's some twisted, mental people out there that would do something like this. God knows what their intentions were, but I can guarantee you that they weren't good. A little backstory first. I grew up in upstate New York, about 30 minutes north of Syracuse to be exact. It only made sense that I would return to my quiet little part of the world after I got out of the Marines in 2007. The only problem is that I didn't have much money, The good news is that my grandfather had an old pool behind camper that he told me I could have until I got on my own feet. So, being on my own, I decided I'd spend about a year in the pool behind on a few acres of woods that I bought from a friend of mine while I was in the Marines. Now all my taxes had been paid for the year, so the only thing I had to do was pay for gas and propane. I managed to avoid looking like a crazy mountain man by showering and washing my clothes at a local truck stop / diner, even getting a pretty decent job working security. I filled the rest of my time working odd jobs for extra cash. Alright, so for the main story. It was mid-April. I was sitting next to a nice low fire while listening to my battery-powered radio, watching nightfall in the woods. I had gotten a nice dinner at the diner down the road, so I didn't have any work for the next few days. Generally, I don't see anyone in the woods for weeks at a time, so I wasn't expecting it when I hear a scream to break the silence. I shot up, grabbed my shotgun, and get out of the camper and check the chamber to make sure it's loaded. I stood on the edge of a small clearing, strained my ears to listen for any sounds. It's generally hard to pinpoint sounds in the dead of night in the woods, but luckily I hear some shouting and car doors slamming, so I knew that the sounds had to be coming from the main vehicle trail a short distance from my campsite. I made my way to the trail as fast as I could in the low light, and before I get halfway there, I heard another clipped scream to my left. I could hear a rustling in the brush. I slowly made my way there, and to where I think the noise is coming from, I come out of the woods right next to a man who had a woman pinned to the ground, just standing over her. Shaking from adrenaline, I leveled the shotgun at the top of the guy, and the woman growled at him to get off. Now I'm a big guy, but I have no doubt that the shotgun was the deciding factor in this whole situation. Each of these guys easily had a solid 30 pounds of muscle on me when I was a 200-pound Marine. I ushered the two idiots back, so I was between them. The woman's now getting to her feet. It was about now I realised we have another problem. My cell phone was cheap and didn't get reception in the woods, and hers had been broken by these two sickos. There wasn't much I could do other than march these two back to their jeep under the threat of shotgun. I get the license number, and I'm sure it was fake, and a description of them and their vehicle. Before the driver gets in the vehicle, I lower the shotgun to his crotch and made sure he understood what a 3-inch 12-gauge shell loaded would do. They took off in one direction. Me and the woman made our way back to my campsite. We drove to the DEC station and reported it as quick as possible. It turns out that the guy I'd threatened was the young girl's now ex-boyfriend. They'd been out having a few drinks when the third wheel in the situation got a little too handsy for her liking. When she said something to her boyfriend, he basically told her to stop and get on with it for once. When she refused, the boyfriend smashed her phone and pushed her to the ground. They both pushed her into the truck and drove her deep into the woods. She had waited for them to become complacent before throwing the back door open and jumping out and taking off. Luckily, the Jeep was crap and the back door didn't lock. It was a stroke of luck that I happened to be outside when she escaped. Fast forward 7 months, and that woman I helped is now my wife, and we moved into our first house using the money I saved up living in the woods. We've been married for 8 years now, and I have 2 kids, a 6-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl. I still go out to camp every year to hunt and haven't seen the Jeep or the guys again. We heard through the grapevine that they had been arrested and actually got jail time. I'm assuming they moved to a different area because I never saw them again. I live in a suburban part of a small rural town in eastern Missouri, in a pretty quiet neighborhood. We've had one crime here in the past 3 years, and it was me who committed it. A jaywalker. Comprised mostly of elderly women and single mothers. We own 4 vehicles. My car, my mum's van, my stepdad's car, and my mum's old truck that's illegal to drive now. So I was home alone, about a week after my graduation, while my stepdad's at work. My mum was talking to my youngest brothers, and they had to go to the doctor's office, so they left. And my 2 middle brothers were at their friend's house, so I was lounging on the couch in my fuzzy robe and underwear playing Fallout. Good game. My stepdad is a professional chef and does 80% of our cooking at home. I have terrible anxiety and an addiction to investigation discovery. So whenever I'm home alone, I keep the longest, sharpest knife on myself or within an arm's reach at all time. It may have saved my life. Or something. This is confusing. There's a knock at the door, and it's not too suspicious. We frequently get solicitors and Mormons in the neighborhood, so I wasn't worried. Being a cautious person, I peek out through the curtains just a bit to see who it was. I'd seen this guy around the neighborhood before, walking around, and I don't feel threatened by him, since if it got physical, I had at least 5 inches on him and a knife. Anyway, I want to open the door, and I do so, figuring that at worst, I can politely turn him away, tell him I wasn't interested and go on with my life. At best, well, not gonna lie, he's cute in a generic way. So, I open the door, resting my hand on the back of the couch, where I've hidden the knife under a blanket, just in case. As soon as I opened the door, I knew there's something off. I've got a blunted effect due to a combination of depression, PTSD from abuse, and schizophrenic type personality disorder. So, I'm grown up, and I'm used to using fake facial expressions to fit in. I thought maybe he had similar problems because his face was not normal. He had a big friendly smile, right below a pair of absolutely dead eyes. "Hey beautiful, day out. Mind if I come in for a moment?" he said awkwardly. I kinda smile awkwardly and say, no, my mum don't like having strangers in. "Oh," his smile gets bigger. "What are you doing?" At this point, I'm starting to feel nervous. I shrug. Can't complain, I guess. "Are you here to sell something or tell me about God?" He shrugged back. "Oh, you know? Can I come in? Maybe talk to your mum?" I'll go get her. She's in the backyard." I moved to close the door and step back, not turning my back to the dude. Before I closed the doorway, he reached out and stops the door. His fake smile's gone. His face is dead. Not angry, just dead. "You're home alone. Your mum isn't in the backyard." I pause and swallow hard. Then I push the door again. "What do you want, man?" "To come in. Please let me in." I reach over, quickly sliding the knife from under my blanket and pointing it at him, saying, "I'm not gonna let you in. Leave." He looks down at the knife, back up at me, blinks rapidly, then affixated the smile to his face again, saying, "Oh, no problem. Goodbye." I watched him turn around and walk back down the street until he turned the corner. Then I locked and debolted every door and window in the house, got the dog out of my mum's bedroom, and resumed my gaming. I ended up calling my aunt's boyfriend, the only cop I trust, let him know what happened, stayed on the phone with him until my mum got home from the doctor's. She called around town, found a couple of other people had seen him walking and driving around, but none of them knew who he was. So, We're on high alert for about a week. It's been over a month now, and nobody in town's seen him. This old memory of mine, I've been talking about a lot because of the recent news of the Delefi murders. As the man I'm talking about looks similar to the first sketch, but this is 20 years ago and the sketch is now irrelevant. But anyway, when I was 12, I lived in Flagstaff, Arizona. If you're not familiar with this part of Arizona, it's not what you think of when you think of Arizona. It's a pondosaur, pine forest with mountains, and it snows in the winter. Anyway, across the street from my home was an entrance to some woods with paths. As my parents worked, and I was the first one home after school, it was my responsibility to walk the dog. Usually, I would take him just inside the woods entrance so I wouldn't have to pick up his crap from under the rocks that would usually be in sight. Now, usually, I was too afraid to go into the actual woods, even with my dog, because he was stronger than me and didn't listen to me well when we were outside. The other reason I didn't like it is the wolves, packs of wild dogs, sometimes cattle, seriously, and of course, anything lurking. But this day, I felt adventurous, I guess, and took him over there. We went pretty deep that day, and I didn't see another soul because it's about 3 PM and the people are at work. None of the neighborhood kids really hang out there either. Now my dog was excited by anything that moved and always wanted to greet another person, cat or dog. But this day, on the way back, I remembered him being steadfast, still pulling, walking me along on the way back home, ignoring squirrels and trees blowing in the wind. Then, out of nowhere, a man appeared on the trail in front of me. Now when I say out of nowhere, that's exactly what I mean. The woods are not dense, and usually you can see people from a mile away, as long as they don't surprise you. The man was dressed head to toe in brown and tan colours and gave a weak "hey" and doesn't make eye contact. The way he dressed stuck out to me, as everything but the treetops was brown, as there's actually a drought going on at the time. Even the picture I linked is more greener than it was then. As he passed me, I took a few more steps and turned around because he made uneasy and steady pace behind me. But he was gone. I could see probably 50 feet of the trail behind me. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to see him still. My kid brain starts going, maybe it's a ghost. No, he must be hiding. There's no way I wouldn't be able to see him immediately after passing each other. Maybe he was hiding in front of me before he came out of nowhere. Maybe that's why he's got all brown on, trying to blend in. The dog didn't want to greet him anyway. It didn't make sense. It didn't take long for my dog and I to take off running all the way home. Thank God I had my goofy dog on me, because he was pretty aloft, but also protective. For all I know, maybe the disappearing woodsman watched me take my dog out every day, saw me wander in that day. I know I let my dog crap in the yard a few weeks afterwards. The reason it was so weird is that he was pretty much in perfect camouflage, and he had no dog on him or reason to be out there. I'm not sure exactly who it was. It definitely wasn't a hunter either, because hunting's illegal, and that's what creeps me out. Why on earth would anyone be in camouflage in the woods where hunting's illegal? My boyfriend and I went backpacking in the mountains. I've been camping before, but only camping in a car, so never had to carry a bag on me for a long period of time. So this is my first time actually backpacking. Now after getting lost trying to find a parking lot, the map swore there was, but there actually wasn't. We drove around the mountains, finally finding a parking lot we could stay at. We'd planned to walk down the mountain, camp, then walk back up the following day. About an hour in, it's maybe 6 PM, and we come across this guy sitting off the side of the trail, cooking in a cheap stove. He said to us if we know why we're there and where we're at, and saying can we point him in the direction of a certain place on the mountain. He says he's parked there. He continues talking about how he had a friend drop him off who was going to pick him up at point A, and then changes his story to that he's parked at point B, and then said another friend dropped him off and went to hike somewhere else, and that he needed a map or something to get to point C. Yeah, I'm confused, and I don't like his story. We finally bid the dude good luck, saying we can't help, and continue down the trail. Now the trail is poorly marked and doesn't correspond with the map we found online, so we're really confused when we come to a horse trail with no markings to tell us if we're on the right path still. We decide to go down the trail and see if we can find a place to camp for the night, and find our way out in the morning. Both sides of the trail are lined with barbed wire, preventing us from being able to camp there. Eventually, we run into a huge puddle in the middle of the trail. We decide to turn back and go back to the part of the trail before it turns into a horse trail. That way, we can camp there for the night, because it's really dark and we're tired. About 20 feet behind us, we see the man from earlier. He talks to us again, and through conversation, we learned he had heavy narcotics, including fentanyl, and another one I don't remember the name of. By this time, there's so many red flags, so we took off, deciding to go back to the car and just drive home now. We live 4 hours away, and we're about 6 miles from the car, so we take off up the trail as fast as we can go. I got severely dehydrated on the way and was struggling. I have lots of water, but it's very hot out, and we're practically running up the mountain now. Eventually, I start hallucinating, thinking I'm vomiting blood, which is red Gatorade, or there was blood coming from my shoes, which is sweat, and there may or may not have been a bear somewhere nearby, but I could have hallucinated it also. We ended up doing the full 6 miles up the mountain in only 2 hours. We reached a parking lot, and that's when I gave up. I decided to wait on a branch while my boyfriend got in the car. The parking lot was curved, so we're out of sight from each other, but he finally came back down to me with the car and helped me in. We found a gas station and slept for a little while before heading home. As we're driving out the park, we see a warning sign saying there may be an escaped convict in the area. This is a true story that happened to me. Back in the 80s, I was a camper at this place in the Adirondacks, a 6 million acre state park in upstate New York. All camps have their own customs, and I'm not sure if this occurred elsewhere, but if sitting around a campfire and smoke was blowing in your face, we would utter the phrase, "I hate white rabbits," and I swear this worked. The smoke would immediately move towards another direction. And no, it wasn't the breathiness of speaking the words that made the smoke move. It was rumoured to be a voodoo chant though. So things are different in the 80s. Things we did back then might have gotten you kicked out of camp if you got caught, but to be honest with you, these days, you would probably catch a court case and get jail time. Like the time my counsellor locked me in his room with a 6-pack of Budweiser tall boys and told me I can't come out until I finished. But that's a separate story. This camp was right on a very large and pristine lake, and periodically there would be hikes and canoe trips to some of the islands on the lake. You choose your adventure, basically. So we're on this canoe hike to a large, huge, massive island that's not too far from camp at all. We're all slackers, smokers and stoners on this hike. My kind of people. The island was so big. It had a pretty wide running trail that went around the perimeter of the island, wide enough to comfortably ride a four-wheeler around. Were they allowed? Wider than I was tall at the time. Wide. So I mentioned this is in the 80s, right? That first night, some of us campers were partying with the cancellors. Beers were being drunk. Now at the time we're sitting around a fire, of course, and when the smoke blew into someone's face, they said the phrase, "I hate white rabbits," and the smoke moved. The next reciprocate of the smoke said the same words, and so on. And the smoke was being moved around fast from person to person. At the height of the frenzied chanting, the smoke almost looks like a vortex. The next morning, I opened my tent to see lying on the ground, spanning the width of the running trail, the biggest dead rabbit I've ever seen in my life. It was dead. It had eyes that were glazed over blue and white. I've really never seen anything like this before. I know it could have just been coincidence, but it was crazy. This happened a couple of years ago. I wanted to go to the local wildlife trail to walk in the woods. I'd gone several times to hike and jog. I normally went with my boyfriend at the time, but he was working and I wanted to go, so I decided to go by myself. I felt pretty comfortable going. I park at the far end of the parking lot in case anyone else appears. The trail continues straight from the parking lot for about a mile until it curves up a large hill. Where I wanted to go was the abandoned parking lot with a lake. The turnoff to this part of the trail was about 400 yards down to the left. Once you turn left, you have about 200 yards of flat trail before it inclines. This inclined section is loose gravel and it's quite noisy when you walk up it. The last section is about 100 yards. I felt pretty at ease going along the straight trail before I turned left. When I hit the incline, I began to feel uneasy. I brushed it off as being overly paranoid and continued. As I went about halfway up the incline, I began to hear crunching and snapping of twigs in the woods to my right. It sounded about 100 yards off. It was just far enough into the woods that I couldn't see what's making the noise. I froze in my tracks and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stood still as I heard the crunching stop. Stupidly, I brushed it off as a deer or bobcat. I continue up the path until I hit the end of the incline. That's when I heard this thing in the woods beginning to run at me. I froze in fear, my heart beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. Every hair on my body stood up. I was rooted in place. That's when I saw him. A man was running straight for me while holding something in his hand. I began to run down the incline back to the main trail. I was slipping and sliding down the gravel. I looked behind me and noticed how that he's at the top of the incline already. He had this evil look in his eyes. I noticed the item in his hands was a knife. I almost slipped up due to me looking back at the man. He called out to me, "Get back here now." His tone was malicious. I sprinted as fast as I could and took a hard right back onto the main path. When I hit the parking lot, I didn't look back. I unlocked my car and started as quick as I can. Right as I was backing up, he emerges from the trail entrance. He just stands there, partially covered in the shade of the trees. As I tear through the parking lot and onto the highway, he just stares at me. The biggest, creepiest smile comes across his face as he slowly waves at me as I get onto the highway. I never went back to that trail. This encounter has scarred me for the rest of my life. I hate walking through the woods now. Okay, so I have no idea exactly what I saw that night. I have searched everywhere for sightings or even myths around that area we saw it and found nothing. If anyone has any idea what we saw, please let me know. My husband and I think it could have well been a Wendigo, but I don't know. I haven't heard anyone else say they've seen anything like it. I guess more than anything I want to know what I saw and have some closure. So anyway, my friends and I go camping a lot, and my favourite place is the Red River Gorge, Kentucky. We go there often. I've been going there since I was an infant. I'm 28 now, married with a kid, and still go. It's the coolest place to go where I live, and you can actually see the Milky Way pretty much every night. I mean, it's perfect for stargazing, and I've seen a shooting star every clear night that I've been there. When we go there without our kid, we might have a hike and stargaze for hours. Our first experience happened when we were night hiking, and we would go on trails we knew well, and we used frequently during the day. Ones with log fences and gazebo resting places. The most used trail is in the National Bridge State Park that leads up to the Natural Bridge. The trail is around 2 miles uphill depending on where you're starting. Now I've done this trail every summer of my life and could do it blindfolded. It has wooden steps, carved rock steps, log handrails, multiple sitting points under a roof, trash cans, but after reaching the main trailhead there's no lights at all. It's used often, and while it's uphill and the difficulty is low, as long as you have a good grip on your shoes and water, you'll be fine. My friends have done it with me multiple times and we're confident as hell at it. Hiking this trail at night is not allowed, but the woods have never really been a problem for me, and no one really cared about the closure times. When we use this main trail to hike to the top, we would park in a lot designated for the Pool and Hoedown Island. You walk across the road that leads to the pool, and you're at the first trail marker. You go up the gravel for a while and pass the Natural Bridge State Park Lodge. There's a waterfall and some lights, so it was best to go fast and watch out for rangers that would tell us to leave. Then walk across another road and there's a mini shelter to sit on or a small rock where you can rest your legs. Then it's the beginning of the top of the trail. The night was weird to begin with. As soon as we started the hike, the clouds took over and it appeared we'd be walking for nothing even to stargaze at. But we went anyway, just in case it cleared out by the time we get there. In the beginning, it was normal, and paranoia was kinda setting in, but eased up a little. You know you've reached the bottom of the bridge when you see a giant limestone wall. Now during this time, there was a gazebo that sat to the right of this wall, and the trail continued and followed next to the wall. When you come far, there's a fairly steep part of the trail and the gazebo is welcomed. Now my husband, my best friend at the time, and I all sit on the gazebo steps. The bench is under a roof and even darker than the rest of the outside, so we just stayed on the steps, facing to where we're looking downhill at the trail that follows the limestone wall. We each have a bright LED headlamp and a handheld flashlight. We don't usually look at each other when we night hike because the lights are so bright. We sit in a line like the Lord's Supper and walk in a line staggered so we don't blind each other. It's after hours at this point, so no ski lift rides had gone on for hours, and the rangers had already done the sweep and left before we could get there. We left no time between them, making sure the trail and the top were clear, and start our hike. The ski lifts takes you to the top, but there are workers that stay and do counts and only leave after it's clear. I guess I have to make these points because that's what I was thinking when what seemed out of nowhere, a girl with a headlamp begins to walk down the trail. This is kind of odd really. She's in a sundress and flip-flops. This hike is uphill, and while it's fairly easy to hike up, it's not easy to do without real shoes or water. She'd have to have hiked up and down to get to this point without food or water, which is a massive challenge. Her light seemed almost blinding too. When she reached where the trail turns from in front of the gazebo to down where we came from, she stopped. She just stood there, how a human is presented in an anatomical drawing. She was looking directly at us all, sitting there, and her light made me bring my head up. It was so bright that I literally had to shield my eyes. She didn't turn away from our light at all, or even seem bothered. She had 6 LEDs shining directly at her face. I say hello. She said, kind of with a pause between every word, something like, hello, how are you? I said something like good, how are you? And she took an even longer pause before saying, oh, I'm fine. And she just stood there with her hands to her side, facing down, staring at us. Her light made it impossible to really see her face. It was unnaturally bright. I had my hand up the entire time to not be blinded still, until she turned and slowly walked down the trail part we just came up. She got to the part where the trail turned, and we saw her light just stay in that one spot for a minute, until she turned and the light faded out of sight. We wait for a while before continuing up. I kept making comments about how weird that was, and had anybody else just seen this? And was I being overly paranoid with my fear? And why did no one come after her? Why had she done this all alone at night? And somehow without being found by any ranger. We got up after a bit and started back up to the top. It felt like it took much longer than it ever had in the past, but we made it to the top. There's stone steps named Fat Man Squeeze that you get to at the top of the bridge, and you can walk across it and whatever. Going up and being on the top, we can hear twigs snapping, almost alternating from left to right. We lay down and stargaze, but the clouds are thicker now. It was miserably hot, and we can hear voices at the same time. My husband kept checking for people. He never saw anyone. We see a flashlight, but we never see anyone attached to it. And then we hear a bird call. It wasn't like a real bird noise at all. It was like someone making bird calls, rhythmic and not natural. I'm convinced now that we're not alone, and hadn't been alone at all during this. And to say this is a lot because I'm not easily spooked. I asked to leave as soon as they're done. They then tell me that they're ready to go right then and there, and that scared me. It showed that I wasn't imagining all of this and they're just as scared as I am. We began going down the way we came from, and it felt like it was taking so long. We were going steady and quick, and it was downhill, but we were not making any ground, it seems. It's hard to explain, but it was so weird to the point that I said aloud, "This feels much longer than it should be," and everyone agrees with me. I keep looking behind me with the flashlight, and my husband kept looking out to the sides. I kept feeling watched and couldn't figure out where the footsteps were coming from. It sounded as though they're coming from all directions. I would turn my head in the direction of a sound and not see anything. When my husband was walking, he kept saying he was catching eyes in the flashlight. Usually you catch a raccoon's eyes spying on you, but he was afraid maybe it's a bigger animal like a bear or something. And even weirder is that he never seemed to catch contact with it truly when his flashlight went over it. By now, we're hiking down a semi-flattish area, compared to the downhill hike we've been doing at least. The log fence or handrail or whatever it's called is on our right side. Now, we're walking in a row within reaching distance of this barrier, and my husband just stops walking altogether and says, "What's that?" But the question is more of an alert than a question. I move my headlamp in that direction and don't see anything at first. Then, both of his lights catch a shape, and then my headlamp also does the same. I move my headlamp to the center and catch it while my friend simultaneously finds it in her lights as well. All six shine on a kind of reflective grey creature. It's bent in a crouching position, kneeling on its front leg, and it starts turning towards us. It starts to turn slowly, and my mind is racing. It looks like a human, but it's too big. People mistake human shapes for what's actually bears, but this is skinny. It's thin and big, and almost white. It's so light grey. Its skin resembles that of a dolphin. There's a shine to it, and our lights get reflected a little way when they're on it. It gradually comes to a standing position in front of us. Its head is long, and its eyes are in a human position on its face, not on the side like most animals. We can't see other facial features, just big, almost empty holes or pits where its eyes are. It looks directly at us and our lights. The way it stood is almost intimidating, almost like when a snake raises up and flexes their necks in a wild fashion to show how strong and smart they are. It was like it was stepping up for a fight, from crouching, then standing directly in front of us. The arms hung down so low, the hands seemed way too long. Its hands had to be by its knees easily. I guess it stood 9 feet or so, and not that far in front of us. No, it has no hair at all, and its head is large. I couldn't process what I was seeing. I was truly frozen. Then, I just feel my husband hitting me, yelling, "Run." I start to understand we have to get away from this thing, and it pivots and runs to the right, going backwards on the trail so it could get around the barrier and onto the trail behind us. We take off running the rest of the way down the trail, knowing that this thing just took off much faster than us, and after it had crossed from behind the barrier, it would be gaining on us quick. We didn't talk at all because we tried to figure out what was going on and knew it wasn't good to draw attention to us. We kept running as fast as we could, but some areas are steep. It literally never feels as though we're out of sight from this creature. And we made it to the trail beginning with the gravel, and we can hear something to the side crashing down through the forest. We ran until we got to the car, then drove as fast as we could, and as soon as we got to the main road, we're finally out of there. When that thing looked at us, I knew it was smarter and faster than us. I knew that if we didn't react, something terrible would have happened. We made it back to where we're all staying, and all of us took out our phones and wrote a note of what we saw. We haven't spoke about it until after, and we all looked at each other's phones and the stories are all exactly the same. When I was 12, me and a group of my friends would play hide and seek in those woods where we're on the edge of our neighbourhood. We would always play at around 6, but had to be home by 10:30 at the latest on a weekend, and we weren't allowed to go so far that we couldn't see our houses. Those are the only rules our parents had for us. Well, one Friday, we're out playing in the woods as usual, and I, for whatever reason, decide to go in the woods deeper. I can't remember how far I went into those woods, but I do remember coming across an old shack. I considered using it as a hiding place, but then I thought that they wouldn't come this deep into the woods to look for me, so I decided to head back. However, when I start to head back, I turn my head to look at the same shack one last time, and for a split second, I see someone peeking around the door. Whoever it was quickly turns their head back when they saw me, and I don't pay much attention to it and head back. I'm about halfway through my walk when I hear, "Hey kid, come over here." I look back and see an old man hiding behind a tree, gesturing for me to come. I know better, and took off running. While I was running, I heard him yelling, "Wait now, come back," and I could also hear the sounds of other footsteps accompanying him after me. When I got to the end of the woods, I ran into my friend's house, who was wondering where I was. I told them to get out of the woods, and we ran to our friend's house. I told them what happened, and eventually I told my mum what happened too. Our parents called the police to search for the woods, but they never found anything, and our parents never let us play out again after that. Old man living in the shack, you could still be out there. I just hope you get caught and haven't done anything worse. My old man was an avid outdoorsman in the Colorado Rockies in the late 80s. He'd go on week-long treks with his buds. One summer, they'd been out for a few days in the Pikes National Forest. They set up camp in a ravine they thought was safe. That night, my dad unzipped the tent to take a leak in the dark, and outside stood a pair of bare pale feet. My dad screamed and zipped up the tent. Everyone else woke up and said, "What's wrong?" My dad said someone was barefoot out there, and they went out and flashed their flashlights for a bit, hollering. My dad swore that he saw the feet and described them in perfect detail. They were old blotchy feet, even having a lump on the ankle. Tony, his bud, asked what foot, left or right, and my dad said it was the right. Then Tony said they needed to move their camp immediately. My dad says why. Tony says he doesn't have time to explain. They all go along with it and pack up and move up to the hill. The next morning they woke up to find a flash flood had torn through the ravine that night. It would have surely killed them. Tony's grandfather had just died a month prior, and one of the last things he said to him was that he would always watch over him. The feet described reminded Tony of his grandfather's very feet. My dad is highly religious too. Supernatural or not, it's terrifying what happened to them. So this happened to me when I was about 7, and I lived in Portland with my grandparents. Now my grandma and I would always watch Lost together every night, and then the news would always come on afterwards. When we saw there was a sniper that was going around our area, in the woods somewhere, and they were looking for him, and lost his location, it blew our minds. I remembered one day at school, the whole school had to go on lockdown, because someone reported seeing him near the school, and so everyone had to go to the hall and wait out the entire situation to clear. I don't think we left school until 7 PM. The police caught him and took him in for questioning. Later on, we found out through the news that he was hiding out in these small woods that are behind our house, literally meters away. Now my grandma and I would go for bike rides and walks most evenings. The only reason we hadn't was because of the shooter. I refused to leave the house for a good week or so because I was scared that he'd still be out there, and I wouldn't let my grandparents leave either because I was so scared something bad would happen to them. To this day, I still have a mini panic attack every time I go near them woods. Just the thought that at some point in time, only meters away, there was a killer waiting in the woods in camouflage terrifies me. It was the end of my freshman year of college, so my friend and I spent a weekend at my family's cabin by ourselves to celebrate. The weekend was fairly uneventful. The most exciting things to happen were burning a pizza on a grill and a chipmunk trying to join me while I was in the outhouse, which was pretty funny. But then, we had to leave. Even though I'd gone to the cabin every summer since I was born, I still didn't know very well how to get from it. We had been using my friend's dad's GPS. It was pretty old and probably hadn't been updated in a while, which is likely why it took us where it did. The route we took was fairly unfamiliar to me, but what do I know? It's a GPS. I trusted it enough to bring us wherever we needed to go. It ended up taking us down a twisted side road that I knew was wrong, but I kept going, thinking that maybe going through the woods would be faster. That's when it told me to take a left. I obeyed, but was extremely confused because it looks to be a dirt road. I slowed down to look at the GPS when my friend lets out a horrid, "Oh my god." I look up and realise we're not on the road at all. We're on someone's driveway. Then I saw the dolls. They were worn by the weather, full of dirt and faded from the sun. The ones I took note of were clowns, and bodiless and beheaded. There were so many, I can't even make out how many there actually are. Every single one's hanging from a tree. My friend and I were both shrieking at this point. Her yelling at me to back up and get out of there, me yelling what the hell over and over again. We safely got back to the main road and followed that until the GPS gave us a different route, which took us home without incident. Although I didn't see the person living in that rundown house, it was one of the most terrifying things that ever happened to me. It didn't even feel real when it was happening. It felt like I'd been dropped into the middle of a horror movie about a serial killer with some doll fetish or something. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if the person who lived there actually saw me pulling up. But I try not to let my imagination get the best of me. I hate to think of whoever's responsible for that house, if they still lived there. I'm a park ranger, and even when I'm off duty, I absolutely love to go camping. Now, this is something that had never changed and has been something I've really done for a long time. I used to go with one of my best friends, but we kind of become distant after he moved for college and I did, so often I'd end up going tenting alone and camping. Now, there was one particular trip that I went on that seemed perfectly normal. Now, I had to drive a good 3 or 4 hours to actually get to here, so it was a relatively long trip, I guess. At the time, my car didn't have a working radio, so it was relatively annoying. I mean, I could get it to work sometimes, but I'd literally have to hit the side until it come to life. Now, I didn't set off too late. I actually set off relatively early in the morning, and the drive up there was beautiful. I'd love to say I had music playing, but like I said, I didn't have any of that, so I just had the windows down using the air to help keep me wake up. It's a technique I've deployed before when I felt extra tired. I drank all my coffee too, so I didn't have much else I could do. Now, when I start doing this, I realised that an absolutely massive bug has come into my truck, and I actually almost crashed into some trees just because it made me jump. This thing come a couple of inches from my face, and I promise you it was the last thing I expected. Luckily I managed to swipe it out of the window and end up doing up all the windows again. Now, on my drive the sun's just starting to rise and it's really beautiful. It's actually a little bit blinding really, and I have to put on my sunglasses and put down the thing on top that kind of covers the light. I don't know what it's called, but you know what I mean, where you can sort of store papers and stuff. I was actually quite hesitant to get this thing down on my truck because I was 100% convinced that a massive creature was going to come out, like had come in the window earlier, but luckily nothing was there. So I continue on my drive, and I do realise that there's another truck behind me, not too far off. I haven't noticed it before, but something about it just seems a little weird. Originally I think it's actually one of my friends who has a similar one, but I realise this is different. Also, all of the windows are really tinted out. In fact, I don't think it was legal how tinted these windows were, but hey, I'm not an officer, I'm just going here to enjoy my trip. Now, my new friend of mine followed me for a good hour, and I do think it's pretty odd. I would every so often see another car or truck going past, but not that often, and especially none that were following me. I decided that I was going to park off at the side of the road to use the toilet. Now, I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit that, but I was relatively desperate, and the coffee had kind of got to me, and I drank a lot before, so I pull over quickly. I'm so desperate that I forget about the truck behind me and I run off into the woods. It's funny because I probably look like a madman, but hey, I was desperate. I'd gone quite far because I really didn't want anyone to see me, and I knew if anyone recognised me as being a ranger I'd probably get in a lot of trouble for it. It's extremely unlikely, but it's just something that ran through my mind. So I run off and alleviate myself. Just as I finish, there's a massive spider just next to my foot. I jump back and kind of kick some leaves in its direction and it scurries off. Thank God that thing didn't go up me when I was using the toilet, I think to myself, and kind of laugh. I then hurry back to my truck because I'm getting a little bit cold because the trees are actually blocking out some of the sunlight. I quickly adjust my rear view mirror to make sure I can see good when I'm driving, and I notice the truck has stopped again. It stopped just out of sight, but this is weird because it's been with me for at least an hour. Maybe they assumed it was a rest stop? I don't know. Pretty unrealistic. I decide I should start driving forward and just keep an eye on it. I'm glad to say that it eventually goes out of sight and I continue on, and I quickly forget about the truck. Now, there's a good chance that maybe they just decided that they were going to stop in the same place as me and presumed that was what you're allowed to do here, but I'm not so sure, to be honest. Something about it just seemed really off and odd. But anyway, I was happy that there was no weird bugs or insects around me at this point, and I continue on my way. And that's the most important thing for me now. I continue driving and I still have a couple of hours left now. It's not too much further, but I was starting to get a bit bored, not having the radio on. I think maybe that was making me a little bit overcautious and overthinking everything, because you know, when there's nothing there to distract you, I guess your mind can kind of run wild and get away from you. I continue and I eventually make it to the area that I love to go camping. Luckily enough for me, when I pull up I don't see another car in sight, which is absolutely gorgeous for me. I'm someone who likes being around people, but I suppose where I have to do it relatively often for my job, I appreciate having uninterrupted time within nature. Now, the area where I park my car is far away from a big flooded area. Well, it's not really flooded, it's from rainfall, but I do not want to fall in this because I know if I get wet out here, I'm going to have a nightmare trying to dry off my clothes, and I don't really have enough to not be in trouble if that happens. Quickly grab everything from out my truck and I make my way through the gate. I then continue and make my way over to the main path. There's some areas that I've camped in before around here, but I want to get away from people, so I decide to continue on. I had some really nice boots with me that I'd bought. They weren't ones I used while I was on the job, they're just ones that I found really comfortable. They're very lightweight too. I'm actually trying my best not to get them dirty, which is something I'm quite embarrassed to admit, because I know if some of my ranger friends had heard me admit that, they would probably give me endless grief for it, but I really like my shoes and wanted to keep them tidy. I have some camouflage pattern on too, which is something I always liked to wear when I went out into the woods. It sounds stupid, but I like the idea of being able to hide from animals and things if I really need it. But of course you're always going to get ones that can just smell you, but hey, it made me feel a little bit better. Now no, I didn't have a camouflage matching tent too, which would be really funny if I did, but I kinda wish I did, but I'll get to that later. Now I eventually make it to my camping spot, and I quickly get a fire going. I decide that I'm going to cook some food, and I want to collect as much firewood as I can so I don't have to do it in the following morning. Now everything's normal, and I actually really enjoyed the first night. I remembered laying back on my sleeping bag, which I had just poking out of the tent. I was staring up at the stars, and for the first time in my life I saw a shooting star, which I thought was really cool. I jokingly made a wish to myself that I'd make it out of there in one piece, which I actually thought was really funny at the time. With my head rested on the side, I can hear some kind of rustling off in the trees around me. Now I'm a little bit worried that it's some kind of animal, but I stop for a moment just to try and figure out what this is. The fire's gone out at that point, so I'm pretty sure they can't see me, unless it's just some of the burning embers that are going strong still from my fire. Now, I'm almost certain I can make out the sound of somebody calling out for help. What's really weird is it sounds like my brother. I know that's impossible though, because he's about 5 states over, and I'm certain he's not here with me. I think maybe it's some form of delirium and my mind playing tricks on me, and I decide that I should probably get some sleep, and I needed the rest. I guess I'm kind of freaked out from what happened earlier still and haven't realised it, and maybe my mind's just playing tricks on me. I really need the sleep. I get into the tent and I try and convince myself that this is an owl. But every so often I just faintly hear it, almost like it's perfectly in place for me to hear my brother calling out for help just as I'm about to sleep. Yeah, that's it. It must be my mind, I tell myself. You're half fading in and out of consciousness, just get some rest. I eventually manage to sleep. I wake up the next day and I feel absolutely terrible. I have a really bad headache and I really struggle to get out of bed. I start to question whether it was something I've eaten or drinking, but everything seems to be fine. I actually go and smell my food to make sure that it's not gone off, but everything's fine. I think this is quite bizarre and I think, oh, maybe I'm a bit unwell and I should probably head back soon. I decide the best thing to do now is not to pay too much attention to it and just to head on. I think if I'm really unwell, I can always head back sooner, and I'm happy to do so. I then start on my journey once again. Now, for this part of my trip, I'm going to do some fishing, which is something I love, so I'm quite excited for this. I have all my bait and everything with me and a fishing rod, so I head off. I make it over to the area that I like to do fishing in, and I cast my reel. I fumbly knocked over my bait, and I'm quite annoyed because all of the little maggots and things are now swimming in the water, and I'm not going to be able to get them back easily. I could say, I guess it's no fishing now. I ended up waiting for a good few hours, but unfortunately, there was no fish for me to catch that day. I jokingly say, well, you're going to enjoy this food I've left there for your fish. I then turn to leave and start gathering up my stuff, and I can hear somebody scream, "No you're not," just off in the distance, just out of earshot. I pause for a moment. I'm convinced the fish aren't talking to me, but I'm not certain now. Maybe I'm really unwell and I'm starting to hallucinate and imagine things that aren't actually there. I then laugh and say, say it again. I didn't realise anyone else was here, and I'm met with complete silence. Now I think this is extremely odd because I clear as day heard somebody respond to what I just said, but the thing that really gets to me is the distance. I didn't say my part very loud, but they said theirs very far away, so how could they have possibly heard me? It doesn't make sense. I go to turn around and I can faintly see the embers from a fire just off in the distance, with another not too far off to the side of me. I realise maybe I've intruded upon someone else's site and decide to leave quickly. I don't want to mess with whoever's here, and they seem a little bit weird, I decide, and I head back to the camp. Now, it was relatively dark when I started to head back, and I have a horrible feeling that something bad's about to happen, but being a ranger, I convince myself it's nothing and just to calm down and stop being silly. When I'm making my way back, however, there's something I realise that's just odd. I can still see the faint glow of embers near the water, but I don't smell any fire, and I definitely don't see any smoke. And surely if somebody was there recently, I would have realised that there would have been some sign. I was too scared, honestly, to investigate further at the time, but I know that I have to make it back to my campsite now to be within relative safety. I'm annoyed at myself for knocking over all the bait in the water too, and decide just to get home, make some nice food and call it a night in my tent. I go over there to do that, and I just put all my things down and everything seems to be back to normal as it was. But it isn't exactly. Some of my things have definitely been moved, and I'm actually seriously questioning whether I'm very unwell and haven't realised it. I mean, waking up and feeling terrible, knocking over the bait so clumsily, and not realising where my things are when I've returned. I put all of this down to food poisoning, or something I've drank that I definitely shouldn't have, and that I need to cut the trip early. I say yeah, just make the trip early, and I decide just to tuck into some of my favourite food earlier than I was supposed to, because I know I'm going to be going back the next morning. Now, I make it back into my tent, and I stayed up for what must have been 2 or 3 hours, trying to listen to make sure that there was nobody around me at the time. I can't hear anyone, and that's when I remembered it again. Why did I hear my brother calling out my name? I must be really unwell now, and I slowly start drifting in and out of consciousness, but somehow I'm just about able to keep myself awake when I hear it. Screams for help once again, this time closer. Now, it's not in my brother's voice this time. I don't actually recognise the voice, but it sounds very real. I wait for a few moments to try and listen, and I'm met with silence again. I really think that my mind's going now, but I know this was real. I decide to slowly unzip my tent, grabbing my knife. I took my head out of the tent cautiously, and I'm met once again with nothing. I'm now extremely annoyed, because there's either someone in danger that I'm not helping, or I'm imagining all of it. And I decide that I have to investigate. I quickly put on my warmer clothes and head out. What's worse is, I don't really have much charge on my flashlight. I have to use it very sparingly and only in flashes, but the problem is my eyes aren't really adjusting to the darkness and I can't rely on my light source, so I have to keep this in mind. I decide I'm going to use a technique that we've been taught in ranger school. I'm going to circle around the perimeter of my tent and make my way back again. I do have quite a good idea of my bearings, and I guess it's from being a ranger that really helped me out with that. So I head out in one direction and make my start. Now, initially, everything seems normal. I make it about 100 yards away from where my tent is, and I turn back and realise that I may have not put out the fire as well as I thought I had. I realise that I can still see a red glow coming from just off to the side of my tent. Just as I turn back to make sure I put it out correctly, it goes off suddenly. I think this is really bizarre, but I don't think much of it and continue my search. There's either somebody out here on drugs, or somebody who's really needing help and is in danger and might be injured. Maybe they've been out here for weeks, who knows, and I might be their only way to safety. I decide that I have to figure out what this is, and I continue the search. The thing is, I don't find anything, until suddenly, help, right next to me. I'm convinced it's a person now because it's at head height, and I turn around and I can see it's something just behind the tree. I think this is pretty weird because why can't I see this person? The tree is very small, but I can hear this. I can hear help once again. I then get closer to the tree and I realize that there's a speaker taped to the side of it. I think this is really weird. In my frustration of something scaring me so much, I ended up punching it and breaking it. I didn't hear the cry for help again. I think this is really odd, thinking maybe some stupid hunters put it out here, thinking it's going to attract some kind of weird God knows what, and I shouldn't have stumbled upon it. I decide that I should really get back and maybe get some sleep now. Now I'm absolutely exhausted by this point, and I know hiking back's an option, but it's gonna be virtually impossible because how far I have to go. I decide the best thing I can do at this point is pick up all of my belongings and set up camp somewhere else. So I go back to my tent. I'm very cautious to make sure no one else is around me, and I gather my things. It takes me a good 20 minutes to put everything away, and the whole time I have my knife in my pocket where I can very easily grab it and get anyone if I need to. Now I try and act very confident, portraying the fact that I'm not scared, but really I feel terrified. The weirdest thing is I'm not convinced whether this is anybody actually out here or not at this point. I'm pretty certain it's my mind playing tricks on me because of something I've eaten or drank, so I'm not too worried if that makes sense. I get all of my things together and I head off. I only go for about 20 minutes or so because I'm not really sure what direction I'm heading in. Once finding a really good spot, I set my tent up and settle in for the night, and I must have passed out. I wake up in a dream where everything's a very warm colour and it seems to be daylight. It's almost like just as the sun started to come up and everything's very beautiful and you feel very warm. I realise it must be daylight now and I force myself to wake up. I go to touch part of my tent and it's extremely warm. I think this is odd, but luckily I can get out another way and I quickly do that. And I'm blinded. Literally, it's like staring at the sun for a second and I turn around. And suddenly I smell smoke. Now my brain suddenly kicks to life. Something's off here. I quickly worm my way out of the tent, and I realise now that it's not daylight, it's nightfall, it's still the same night, and my tent is on fire, and some of my belongings around me. I look and everything I own virtually is on fire, and my tent is starting to collapse. I think this is a dream and I wipe my eyes frantically, but it isn't. I reach down for my knife quickly. I scream out, "Hey, who is this and what are you doing to me?" Still not entirely sure if it was an accident or not, but then I realise there's no fire here. I left my original campsite. I realise now that something has set fire to my tent while I was sleeping, and if I hadn't have woke up when I did, I wouldn't be here now. I would be literally starting to set on fire, slowly trapped in my tent. I want to say I was brave, and I wait to find whoever this sick person or whatever this thing was to get them with the knife, but I wasn't. I ran for my life. I turn around quickly and continue in the direction that I would have went if I continued hiking for a good spot. I didn't care where I was going, I just had to get out of here. I can't hear anything else behind me, luckily. Just the sounds of the fire behind me. The thing that's worse is the fire is actually spreading now, and I'm quite worried there's going to be a big forest fire. There's enough dry leaves to set up half of this place, but that's a later issue. I continue going, constantly glancing back, and realising that I must have covered some distance because the fire is getting more and more distant from my view. Eventually I've slowed down a bit and just start climbing up a hill. I take one last look back at the campsite, the last I'll ever see of my tent, and I can just about make out a figure next to the fire, standing there, certainly staring in my direction. That was more than enough for me to know that this wasn't just in my mind, This was all very real and it wasn't an accident that I caused. I turned round and I hiked for another good 40 minutes in the cold night air, with the moonlight as my only guidance. Being a ranger, I have a very good idea of where I'm going, luckily, and I managed to make it back to an area that I know quite well. I loop round back onto the small path that's going to lead me back to my car. This is when I break out into a sprint again when I can see my truck. I quickly get in and, almost on autopilot, get it into reverse. Now my adrenaline must have been going really strong because I actually can't remember turning the keys to the ignition, just the engine coming to life. Again, I don't remember driving down the road, but I drove for another 45 minutes until I make it to a local town. I immediately pull over into a bar because it's one of the only places that is still open now. I walk in and demand to use the phone. I don't even explain what's happened. They must have been able to see that something was wrong because they handed me the phone without asking anything. I quickly called the fire department and alerted them that there might be a forest fire, and then I called the police and explained what's happened, and I also called into the ranger station that I worked at just to explain that I wouldn't be coming into work for the next few days because something that happened. Now at first they thought I was drunk because there's music in the background, but something about my tone told them otherwise. I was eventually able to meet up with the police a few minutes later and explain exactly what happened. They told me that they were going to send out a squad to investigate. A few moments later, I heard a fire truck screaming past too. Someone offered me a beer, but I declined because I wanted to make sure I was 100% sure of what had happened as I made the police report. I went over to the truck and explained everything that happened and said, "Can I please just sleep now? I don't want to investigate this. I don't want to know anything else," and they gave me their number so I can call back the following day. Nicely, they even offered to drive me over to a local motel where they paid for me to spend the night, which I greatly appreciated. I made it into bed and completely passed out and woke up 12 hours later. This time I wasn't in danger and the light I could see around me was real, and I felt completely safe this time, and thank God for that. I called back the number again and the police informed me that they're still doing a continuing investigation and they can only tell me what they found from that first night. They said they had a good search and thankfully there was no big fire. It had already gone out by the time they got there, but there was still a good 50 or so square meters of scorched earth. They looked as hard as they possibly could for any signs of life or people out there that could have caused this, but all they found was a burnt out tape recorder just next to a tree that was burnt down. I then explained that I had actually heard voices on the tape recorder and they said thank you for the information but of course this was completely burnt now and virtually useless for their case. I'm still waiting for updates, but I'll let your imagination figure out what happened. I'm convinced, absolutely convinced, that somebody was hunting me and was looking for a murder victim that day, and they'd been stalking me from the truck, probably looking for someone they thought was innocent and an easy target to get out in the woods, but they probably didn't realize they were messing with a ranger, someone who knew that wilderness very well, and was able to use techniques to stay completely calm even though everything around them was going wrong. Now, I've been sitting on this story for many years now, and it might not be as creepy as some of them on here, but it's really creepy to me. Now, my aunt owned a large piece of land, literally over 100 acres in northwest Connecticut for many years now. Her property is located in a state park that is mostly uninhabited and only frequented by backpackers. Her land is well off any main roads, and you have to drive through quite a lot of forest to reach her home. She bought the land and remodeled the old house that was already built on it, so it was more livable. And going up to visit her has always been my favourite thing to do. I've been going very early since I was actually a baby and spent countless hours exploring the woods, creeks and land around the house. We'll call it the farm, although it's not really a true one as there's not any agriculture or livestock there. My auntie does have some rescued miniature horses, alpacas, donkeys, and other animals like ducks. Well, back in the day, really. Now, the animals are on par with some of the best protected in the area, and they're very happy and have a great life there. They're actually quite chubby, really. Now, the rest of the farm is untouched woodlands. In the early 2000s, she decided to install a 12-feet fencing around the property, although it only encloses about 80 acres of land she owns. She explained to me that she couldn't stand the sound of the coyotes howling right outside her window at night, and that she had some creepy encounters while living out here. She did not go into details of these since I was a young child. She lives alone though, so I understand why she wanted a sense of security living so deep in the woods. We are originally from the Bayous of Louisiana, so being in this type of environment was new to all of us. Anyway, despite being initially unfamiliar with the land, I eventually learned to navigate the area very well as a child. I had a few favourite spots, and one was up a small foothill in the deepest part of the woods. I would go up every so often that eventually a small path was established in the brush, and I would bring my cousins with me to show them my little oasis. Now this is in 2008 when I was about 10 years old. I took a summer trip to my aunt's and brought my best friend Alex with me. She and I often took trips here together during our childhood, and this was not her first time accompanying me to the farm. I remembered that we were in the woods at my favourite spot, sitting together, listening to Katy Perry playing Doodle Jump on a new iPad Touches. This makes me laugh, but we were just trying to enjoy some nature while getting a feel of our new tech, I guess. We were there for a while, enjoying ourselves and talking about random kid stuff, when there was a shift in the air, almost like a suffocating stillness and silence settling upon the woods. I paused the music and looked to Alex, who was already staring at me with a concerned expression on her face. We stayed still and silent for a minute, tilting our heads to listen to the woods and search out any unfamiliar sounds that normally would bellow out throughout the farm and night, but there were no birds, no summer bugs, and the trees almost seemed to be frozen in place, as if it was like winds that would usually rustle amongst us was completely vacant. It was a horrible, vulnerable feeling that Alex could feel too. Then began the sound of footsteps coming from even deeper in the woods. It took a moment for me to determine what the sound is, but the distinct rhythm of weight being picked up and down on the leaves is impossible not to realize. It was very heavy sounding and was coming up towards us from a steep slope down the side of the mountain and foothill. I remembered thinking it was impossible for a human to move so easily through that part of the woods since it was very thick, with fallen branches and trees, even making it hard for an agile, slim child to navigate. I mean, let alone an adult. It felt as though the woods laid still, and we're waiting for the footsteps to come even closer. "Do you hear that, Alex?" I whispered, and she nods. "It sounds like footsteps," I continue, and she nods again. Looking like she was about to burst into tears, I took her hand and began running down the makeshift path with her, trying not to fall apart or let her lag behind me. We did not stop until we reached the house. I don't think we told anyone that day because we were just too shaken up to even comprehend what might have been out there. The next day, I said to Alex if she would go back to the spot with me. She was very hesitant but eventually agreed and said we could go back to look for other signs of humans. We made our way back, nervous but determined to discover what had invaded our little sanctuary. We reached the spot. I looked down towards the direction that we heard the footsteps. I think I even slid down a bit to investigate the plausible indentations in the brush and leaves. Now initially I can't really see anything there. I didn't go too far because I was about to lose my nerve, and I hadn't noticed much anyway, so I decided to climb back up to where Alex was waiting for me very nervously. We decided that it must have been some kind of animal or deer, despite every logical explanation indicating otherwise. I knew what deer sounded like, and that wasn't a deer, but I wanted to forget and just have fun again. We took out our iPods and began the same ritual of relaxing and playing games while chatting about nonsense. It seemed like everything went back to normal really, or relatively. So we quickly forgot about the terrifying experience and let our native childlike wonder take over. After a little while, the stillness returned. It happened so quickly that we almost forgot about what happened before. However, this time, the footsteps started almost instantly, seeming like it was a moment we forgot about them before. Now, this was really weird because maybe if it was an isolated event, we couldn't have questioned it too much, but now we're absolutely certain that this was real. Now, the best way I can explain the sound and the location is similar to a spot that we went to the day before, but somewhat more to the right of where the forest was, and it's very dark, and the incline to reach us is less steep. I didn't wait too long to run, but it was long enough to realise that the sound was fast and closer, definitely not a deer or bear. I did not look into the woods too closely because I wanted to get the hell out of there, and I was scared to see whatever it was. I knew it was close enough that it would be upon us at any moment if we didn't flee, so without a word, Alex and I took off and ran as fast as humanly possible out of the woods. It is not a super exciting experience, but really bizarre. I've actually since moved out, but I've never been able to forget this experience. I seriously don't have a clue what this possibly could have been. I doubt it was a person, so I'm really not sure what this was. A few years ago, my friend Tez and I set out on the Great American Road Trip. We were going to drive from New York to LA, zigzagging through the country for 6 weeks. Now we're both in our early 20s and pretty broke, and my mum had a long haul truck and suggested that I saved a ton of money and we could actually sleep in the back of the hatchback. Now it was pretty cozy as a setup. We brought some blankets and sheets at Goodwill and cut one of them up to make curtains. Now by the end of the week, we gotten so ready that we can really set up a camp in about 10 minutes. Luggage moved out to the front, curtains up, bedding down and ready for the night. Now we slept in parking lots, free campsites, rest areas, basically anywhere it seemed safe and semi-legal. There was never a night after the first night where we felt scared until the last week of the trip in Arizona. We were near Flagstaff and we had gotten pretty used to our routine. We didn't go on a set schedule and would never drive more than a few hours. No destination really in mind, outside a few must-see landmarks. We'd drive to places we found the night before on Google and take suggestions from other campers, locals, and people we'd met. We'd also gotten very good at making friends. We went to Denny's with a group of rednecks we met at a campsite in the back of their pickup because I got hungry and overheard them saying that they were going to go. We met an 80-year-old cowboy who took us out drinking and taught us how to line dance at a country bar. Now, we played the guitar with some musicians in the middle of a thunderstorm, got fed up really and decided that we're going to go hang out with some other people we met. We spent the 4th of July with a family who basically adopted us into their campsite. Basically, every encounter we had with a stranger was really a positive one. This night didn't appear to be any different. We found a free campsite on Google and drove into the woods, following our GPS. We were pretty far out of town and something seemed a little off when we pulled up to the campsite. There was one RV parked and 2 cars further up in the trees. We pulled up near the RV and a man opened the door who said hello, and he just stared. Now his expression was completely blank. Then, As if she hadn't said anything, he just slowly closed the window again and stared at us the entire time. Figuring out that he wants some privacy and maybe we're being obnoxious, we pulled further down the road and found a flat spot to park the car. Instead of our usual routine of setting up camp immediately while it was still light out, we goofed around for a while and just had fun. Now my friend pointed out a campfire further down the campsite, and we decided to go and be friendly. We'd met so many cool people from the previous few weeks that we actually wanted to go and chat and wander over. Now near the campfire were two men, the owners of the car we'd seen earlier. They seemed friendly and sat down to chat. They were drinking and smoking, and we sat down and had a beer with them. One of the men seemed really off, and we came out feeling that something was completely off and that maybe two of the men didn't actually know each other, and the older man was definitely on some kind of drugs. He was spinning in circles and talking about UFOs. However, he seemed harmless. This left us chatting with the younger man, who kept claiming to be a former park ranger. He was handsome and easygoing and spent several hours just chatting about our trip, everything, and then started talking about the bear. He'd seen a bear earlier in the forest. Now we don't really believe him, and he pulls out his camera to show photos of it. It was very close to the campsite, and we're both a bit freaked out. It wasn't unheard of for one of us to get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, so the idea of a bear being there scared us. Now as we said that, the ranger laughed and his expression changes. It's hard to describe, but his voice seemed somehow cold. He said, "If you get out of your car in the middle of the night, it's not the bears you need to be scared of." I kept waiting for the laugh, but it never come. I laughed awkwardly and made a dumb joke about serial killers in the woods, and my friend laughed as well and joked about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We moved on to another subject, but within 5 minutes the ranger who come back to it and was talking about something grabbing us out from the middle of the night in the car. No matter how we steered the conversation away from serial killers, he kept latching on. The older man was high as a kite at this point and was staring at the stars and not talking. We'd just awkwardly laugh or sip our beer and tried to get the conversation elsewhere. Then the ranger stood up and walked towards the cooler to get another beer. At this point it's pitch black out. I can't see anything outside of the circle of light from the campfire. The beer cooler was outside of that circle. Suddenly, there's a red dot in the darkness, and it took a moment for me to realise that it's a camera. The ranger's holding a camera. He's taken a photo of us. I could see the screen on the digital camera light up. Now it wasn't odd for people that we've met to take pictures with us. My friend is gorgeous with dark hair, blue eyes, like a young Megan Fox, and we're friendly. People like having pictures of themselves too, but it was an entirely strange thing to have this person taking photos of us without asking, or even any indication of what was about to happen. We were both staring at him like deer in headlights at this point, but instead of realizing what he's doing is weird, he suddenly checks his camera, adjusts some things, and takes another, with no flash, no asking us to smile or anything, and no explanation. At this point, he comes back and sits down with us, not saying a word about the photo. At this point, me and my friend are very freaked out. We make some rubbish excuses that we need to set up our campsite and nope the hell out of there. When we both start to leave, the UFO guy smiles and says have a good night. Ranger, however, looks at us with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes and says, "Be careful out there, there's more than bears in the woods." Now at this point, every hair on my body stood on end. I wasn't alone in my discomfort either, because my friend laughed a response and pulled away with me quickly towards the car. We rushed back to the car, which we only found in the dark by referencing the RV, and jump in the front seat, so my friend is almost hyperventilating. Why did he take a picture of us? I read that serial killers sometimes warn their victims. She stared at me for a second and locked the car doors. Do you think he just took pictures of us? Now we're both really freaked out and she's in complete panic and quickly turns on the headlights. I immediately yell at her to turn them off because he's gonna know exactly where our car is. God knows why, but this is the only night that we'd not set up our camp. We didn't need to tear anything down, so we just get in the car and floor it out of there. And as we got onto the dirt road, the ranger was walking towards our car with that same expression. I hope I never see him again. I had a really weird experience in the Conakry National Park outside of Colombia last winter that brought me to this sub. Now I live in Colombia SC and frequented CMP, so I'm familiar with the area. I often jump the fence and walk the boardwalk at night. It's very peaceful to walk the swamp and hear all the wildlife. Now, they never have a ranger or guard here after hours, so I always go alone. The last time I did this was in October 21. I was taking my usual stroll with the flashlight in hand. I should mention again that between the insects and frogs, the sound is loud, but then it completely stopped when I was about a mile in. I heard what I thought was my wife call me from the trail ahead, but she wasn't there. I was alone and she was out of town. I then heard water slosh into my right and saw nothing with my flashlight. I chalked it up as being tired and kept it moving. The wildlife started up shortly thereafter, and everything was fine. Maybe 15 minutes later, I noticed that it got eerily quiet again, and I heard the swamp water slosh into my left. This time, however, it was more deliberate, like somebody walking almost. I was in a thick proportion, and I couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me, and then I heard my wife's voice again. Again, she wasn't with me and was out of town. Certainly moving through a swamp at 1 AM was not an option for her. I saw what looked to be a human silhouette for a split second, but it was aft, very pale and skinny, and taller than me at 6 feet. I noped out of there and ran almost the entire 2 miles back to the truck, and didn't slow down again until I could hear wildlife once more. Like I said, this boardwalk is just in the swamps. Nobody's walking around the water at night without a light, or even, I don't know, any kind of animal that big shouldn't really be there. I feel that I should add that I wasn't necessarily in sleep deprived mode, and I wasn't high or anything. I just liked the woods at night. I was so freaked by this that I had to share my story. I'm really convinced that what I encountered that day was actually a skinwalker or wendigo, or something that can actually mimic voices. There's no way some meth head was stumbling through the forest and swamps miles from civilization and sounds exactly like my wife. My girlfriend at the time and I went camping 5 hours away from her birthday/our anniversary. We made the trip the day after a big storm passed through. We left town early and got there in the early afternoon. The guy at the entrance of the campgrounds mentioned there was no one else there, and we're like, oh, this is going to be sick. First we drove down these long pathways to get to our designated spot. As you got closer to it, the long road narrowed, so basically you had to back out to get out. We unloaded the car, got the tent set up, and decided to go walk around the woods. It was dead silent, but it was still bright out, so we all took in the nature and walked a few miles away. We reached this point in the woods where there were some weird looking white cabins. They're very uniform, all built exactly the same way, like I guess they were a part of a camping grounds, but they seemed way out of the way and there was no signs of life there. I felt eerie really to look at it, like we shouldn't be there. So we turned around and walked back. We took a breath and just relaxed for a while and stare at the fire pit. Unfortunately, neither of us had been camping before, so we don't know how to start a fire. But luckily, we have some of those self-lighting logs from Walmart. I didn't know they existed, that's really cool. And some lighter fluid. but everything else around us was soaked to the bone from the rain that had passed the day before. We knew we needed some kind of kindling, but any dry sticks were few and far between, and nowhere to be found. Eventually, we got a small fire going and ate hot dogs and marshmallows and spent some time stargazing. Then we noticed how dark it was. My girlfriend was easily spooked and was like, "Can we get into the tent now?" So we put out the fire and crawled into the tent. We're talking to each other, but I could tell she was tense. And suddenly she goes, "Shh, do you hear that?" Before I could respond, I hear what appears to be footsteps, like heavy ones, and a group of people walking. I whisper to her, "It's probably animals," but she says, "No, it can't be animals. What animal sounds like that?" We then sat and stared at each other in the dark for what felt like an eternity, and we hear mumbling that gets loud along with the footsteps. Now it continues until it's right outside of our tent. We both froze. I don't think either of us were breathing, and then silence. We waited and waited, and I'm still not sure how much time actually passed, and eventually my girlfriend said, "We have to get to your car." The adrenaline was pumping now, so I peeled out of the tent into the darkness and told her to stay behind. We then literally ran into the car. I locked the doors and she was like, "What was that? We can't stay here." They said no one was out here but us. What was that? I kept looking around for signs of life, but there was seemingly none. I looked at her and said, "Okay, I'm gonna grab our stuff, you stay here." Now we only have our ice chest and our tent out. I hopped out, ran, grabbed everything, tossing it into the back seat. I'm just about to go for the tent and I hear footsteps closing in. In absolute terror, I yanked the tent out of the ground, wrapped the tarp around it and slang it over my shoulder like some panicked Santa Claus and shoved it into the trunk. I didn't say anything when I got into the car and said, "Do we have everything in here?" And my girlfriend said yeah and floored it in reverse. Then we came to a fork in the road that went in like 6 different directions. I asked my girlfriend if she remembered what path we come down to get here, and she told me she didn't know. We chose a random one and ended up in a different camping spot. I cursed under my breath and slammed it into reverse again. Then I noticed from the angle that we exited that I could see the main path back to the gate, thanks to a small tie-in behind an overgrown bush. As we hightailed it out of there, I noticed there was a single small green light out in the woods near where our tent was. We drove the entire 5 hours back to our hometown and fell asleep on my girlfriend's parents' couch at 4 AM. We never spoke about the trip again, and I haven't desired to camp since, as you could imagine. Last summer, a good friend and I embarked on a backpacking trip through the White Mountain National Forest in New Hampshire. As fairly experienced day hikers, we felt comfortable in the Whites with our inaugural overnight trip. While planning, my buddy Ellis figured we could hike to a backcountry campsite to make our first wilderness night a little more fun. I wasn't going to disagree. Beautiful views, historic trails, and protected night in the Dry River wilderness. I was stoked, to say the least. Before any hiking trip I do, a little internet search on the trails or shelters I'll be coming across. Throughout the mid-1900s, there were a series of these lean-to-ups, and down the Dry River wilderness meant for backpackers or thru hikers really looking to escape the crowds in more populated areas of the forest. Though as time went on, the Forest Service had other more pressing matters. Many of these shelters were dismantled, except Dry River Shelter 3, the last remaining shelter in the wilderness. On the morning of our hike, I met Ellis at the trail at the head and we set off. The sky was overcast, bringing with it a dense fog through the trees. The weather left us with nearly no visibility, so there went our stunning views. At least the trail consisted of prime, technical New England rock scrambling alongside the river. Ellis and I made it up the presidential ridge, stopping by the lakes of clouds. The hut was filled with day hikers, backpackers, and thru hikers all socializing together. We were even more rewarded with some sun and a brief glimpse of the dry river valley on the summit of Mount Monroe, before the fog rolled back in. With dwindling views and a stiff wind, Ellis and I hustled below tree line, down to the river shelter free, our home for the night. Once we dropped off the ridge into the valley, we entered the wilderness zone where the rangers patrolled sparingly. Time to really be alone in the wild. As we trek into the wilderness, all signs of civilization disappeared and the trail was densely overgrown. Although it had been raining all week, there were no footprints in the mud either. At least we'd have some relaxing isolation, I guess. After about an hour or so of descending, Ellis spotted the lean-to just as our legs were asking for relief. I look up, and there's this gorgeous old timber structure with a well-used fire pit alongside a cold mountain river. Pristine camping. As we settled in and explored the site, I found a small, bound notebook nestled into the corner of the structure. On the cover someone wrote, "Dry River Shelter number 3. Out of curiosity, I opened it, but found nothing more than a lone man's name scribbled onto the first page and a date. Just your standard log camping log. Oddly though, the man signed the book the previous day. We saw no footprints or signs of human life or animal disturbances on the trail here at the shelter. Rain can wash away tracks, but not all signs of animal life. Something felt off to me. I showed it to Ellis, who found it curious but nothing more than the sign of a single man. He convinced me that he's probably a hiking veteran and a professional at LNT. I bought into Ellis's thoughts on the situation and my mind eases now. At the sunset, we started a roaring fire alongside the riverbank. Ellis commented on how quiet the location was, having not seen another soul beyond the chirp of birds since leaving Crawford Path. The silence is eerie, but we figure that it's just civilization that's desensitized us to the wild that we're actually in now. The sun was setting, and we grew tired with darkness. Ellis took the lean-to, and I spent the night in my tent. Sleep came quickly after hiking 8 miles with 20 pounds on my back, but it doesn't last long. A brutally sharp snapping noise awoke in me. The only thing I could compare it to would be a 2x4 smashing into a tree. I think, oh god, a bear's come to search our food, and that's 50 yards away. But nothing out of the ordinary for New Hampshire. Sleep took over once again, and I remembered waking up to the sun rising over the peaks. How can you sleep with a bear there? I stumbled out of my tent to see Ellis also waking up slowly. As we made our morning oats and coffee, I wander around the site again to see if I can find the marks a bear's left. Instead, I noticed something odd. The small notebook is open. I swear I put it back where I found it. Closed and in the back corner of the shelter, not open on the floor. Hey, Ellis. Were you checking out this camp log last night? Nah, I passed out, man. It's not like there's anything to read anyway. He responded. You sure? I commented as I bent over to pick it up. The lone hiker's name was not so lonely now. At least 20 more names have filled the pages. The lone traveller, whose name was originally on the first page, could now be found several pages deep into the notebook. I tossed it to Ellis, whose face instantly dropped when he sees all of the names on it. Great. Now I know it's not just dehydration or delusion from the previous day. Dude, we must have seen that thing last night. There's no freaking way we missed all these names. How could we? This is when I began to tell Ellis about the snapping noise during the night. I received nothing other than instant denial. These sounds were not the results of some hooligans or backward crazies following us. Ellis was convinced. It wasn't a bear either. Ellis led us out of the site and we instantly made our way back. A year has passed since then, and I'm still not quite sure what happened on our night at the Dry River Shelter 3. The memory of seeing a single name written on the front page is so clear in my mind now, I could not have mistaken it in. Could I have made the noises? Obviously not. I was asleep and they're further away. Ellis was asleep too. I would have seen him. I don't like to think it was paranormal, but it really begs the question. All logical explanations have went out the window, and of course a bear didn't write in there. It just terrifies me thinking of it now. I'm a 17-year-old high school guy with a weak body. I live in a small town in the Philadelphians, and this town is surrounded by rice fields, with a highway going straight across it. Part of my usual weekend routine is to go jogging early in the morning. This is at some time around 5 AM. My usual jogging route is from my house, somewhere in the middle of town, to a small hill with a wonderful view of town in the morning. To reach my destination, I would have to jog on the side of the highway. From time to time, fog would appear on the highway, and once you're inside, you can only see 10 or 15 feet before it all goes white. So one Saturday, I decide to jog. I invite one of my friends, the same age as me, to join me, since he follows the same route anyway. We left home at 5 AM, proceed to the highway. As usual, a thick fog blanketed the highway. The cars that would pass by had their lights on, and there were several one-ways because of road repairs. As we enter the fog, we decide to jog along the side of the road, past a couple of roadworks, about 100 meters along each. Now all's well at this point. We're a bit exhausted, but otherwise fine. We barely encountered anyone else, and usually they're just fellow joggers. Then we come across another roadwork, and we saw this guy crouched down on the asphalt. He was wearing a dirty orange vest, and he had a similarly dirty hard hat on. We can't really see his face, but decide just to ignore it. He looks as though he's fidgeting with something in his hands, so we thought he was just holding a few tools or something. Also, there was no one there but us, me, my friend and that guy. The fog's thick as hell. My friend signalled to me to keep a distance from the guy and I followed him. When we get closer, we can hear him humming a strange tune under his breath, which in of itself isn't that weird, but boy, we were wrong. As we get closer, he starts acting erratically. He stopped for a moment as I passed him, then starts laughing. It wasn't a regular laugh. It sounded sinister and a little dry. It was really loud, so it began to freak me out. We didn't increase our speed at this point, as we think he's messing with us. But he doesn't stop. He just kept laughing and laughing, and we knew it was beyond a prank. I can't describe his laugh more than I just didn't trust it. We didn't look back. We were speeding up now, as we were starting to see the hill. I was gasping for air, but somehow I didn't let that stop me. I forced myself on, and my friend was doing the same. He was probably 50 meters behind us when I looked at him. He had stopped laughing, but now he was standing straight and staring at us. He called out to us in my language in an arranged tone. That's when adrenaline kicked in. I just ran and ran until we reached the hill. In hindsight, I don't know how I was able to push myself for so long. When we finally arrive at the top, we're exhausted and nearly collapse on a cement bench and stay there for over an hour. Like a breath of fresh air, my friend laughs in a comedic manner. We then walk towards home. I haven't ate yet, I was so hungry, and as we passed the road we saw the guy in. He's no longer there. The only people there are wearing construction outfits that are working on the traffic signals, but nowhere near the man. As I got home, I told my parents about it and they said it's probably a nut job looking for someone to rob, who's probably stole the outfit, and I never went jogging again in the fog after that. This happened a few years ago when I was mountain walking. We started as a large group, but after some time of everyone choosing their own pace, I ended up walking alone. I was walking downhill through a thick forest area when I slipped on an unsteppable part of the trail, falling fully. It hurt quite a lot. Before I could get up, I see a deer walking out of the trees to my left, standing in front of me. This is not natural, because deers usually avoid human contact. Something was really off about this deer. I didn't know what. Its eyes appeared lifeless, filled with uneasiness. Then it opened its mouth to show multiple rows of what appeared to be razor-sharp teeth, and let out an ear-shattering scream. It sounded like nothing I ever heard before. It shouldn't exist. I watch quite a lot of horror movies, and yet none have come close to the scream of this. It was so demonic. After that scream, it closed its jaws and walked away to the side of the woods. Now, I've never told this story to anyone else before, but I'm sure what I saw was a Wendigo. It just horrifies me knowing that I saw this thing. For a second when it happened, I thought maybe I've hit my head, but I had no head injuries whatsoever and I knew exactly how I landed. It almost put me off running in the woods entirely. When I was young, I worked as a backpacking guide in Western NC. My schedule dictated a full 8-day shift with 6 days off. During those 6 days, to myself, my other co-workers and me would play in the woods. In the summer, you can't beat a mountain swimming hole. One of our favourite activities was called Paradise Falls, alternatively called Wolf Creek Falls. This is a cliff jumping spot with a huge swimming area, a tiny slot canyon and an inner pool. Most will venture just to do the small jump, even though it's the smallest and arguably least accessible. Even though the jump is almost 9 foot at most, you must do 10 minutes rock scaling to get there. We are all adventuring in and out from inside this tiny canyon, and you can't see the main pool. Well, we got to the jump and coaxed the first person off, a fellow guide who had never been to the spot before. She jumped successfully and swam into the main pool and beach area. Then she screamed. Because she was now out of sight, myself and another guy jumped in together and swam the short distance to her, with the others in tow. Of course we figured she was injured somehow. She was treading water and just staring wide-eyed at the riverbank. When I looked to the shore, there stood a man. He's massive, easily 6'7", and appears to have no hair on him, wearing beat-up overalls. Perhaps the most disturbing is that he had folds of skin all over his body. Imagine the Michelin Man, but this is on his face, arms and chest, everywhere with these weird layers. He's also armed with a shotgun, staring intently at us. He just stood there and watched as we grab anything important and speed out of there. He walked slowly back into the forest and we never saw him again. Around 8 to 10 years ago, I was at a lake way out in the woods on some land that my dad owned. I was alone aside from my dog, a terrier. I had only been fishing on the little pier in the southeast corner for about 10 minutes when I get an almost overwhelming feeling of being in danger, and then notice something or someone watching me from the tree line on the opposite side of the lake. I was a kid, but somehow keep composure. For some reason, I felt it important that whatever it was did not know I was aware of them. Anyway, it started moving slowly from tree to tree, near taking its eye off me, but never truly facing away from me. The lake's about 70 yards wide, so I can't really see details, but I know where they're facing. After realizing that it was following me, I pull my pole down and walk down the pier and up the bank towards the trail back of our cabin, which is about a quarter of a mile away. Once I hit the tree line, I bolted to the cabin and waited there with one of my dad's guns until my parents got home. The only witness I had was my dog, and he saw it as well. I know because when he saw the figure, he instantly starts growling in a low tone until I make him stop. I have no idea who or what it could have been or what the intentions are, but they're most certainly not good. This took place in southeast Mississippi near the Alabama border back in the 90s. We didn't live there, but we spent most weekends up there. I know it couldn't have been a normal person, because our nearest neighbour was a very old couple who literally lived miles away. Aside from the lake area that our cabin's on, the surroundings very thick forest. The figure was extremely tall as well. I have a very good memory, especially for details. Also, shortly before I noticed it, I got a very strong feeling that I was being watched. I never felt safe there again, and I was so glad my dad sold it. This incident happened to me when I was younger, probably around 19 or 20. I used to drive around the countryside in the woods for hours on end, up to literally 6 hours, smoke cigarettes while I listened to music daydreaming. I've been through a lot, so this is a nice way for me to let off steam and digest all the badness that happened to me in the past few years. There is a route that goes into the southern part of my state and eventually takes you to Maryland, if I'm not mistaken. If you keep going all the way, it will eventually take you to Florida. It was a road I found to be very fond as it intersected with a lot of interesting places. It could take you to cities and beaches alike, all the while somehow remaining isolated and rural. On one of those day trips, I was driving through a heavily wooded area that opens up into a field lined with trees on my left. I was pretty zoned out at this point, but something on the side of the road immediately caught my attention. In fact, it even seemed that time slowed, or I could see this apparition more vividly than any other thing I've ever seen in my life. What I saw was an older, balding man dressed in a full Catholic priest garb. His mouth is open, appearing to be in grief, screaming at the sky. He was standing in front of a dead deer, a buck. From what I recall, it was around 3 points, maybe 4. Behind the deer was a 1970s Crown Vic style police car with its lights on. It had no markings on it whatsoever to signify what country it's from, and no one's in the vehicle. I don't even think it had an engine running sound. It appeared as though the vehicle had been parked there all day. The other odd thing about this vehicle is that it has no damage on the front end to show that it's responsible for hitting the deer, nor was there any blood or anything. The deer seems fine. Taking a step back, trying to think of what I saw, It had the appearance of being staged or set up somehow, as if it was a prop for a movie. Everything was just so odd. For the speed I was travelling at, the glance I cast on this spectacle was only 4 seconds, but it so abruptly singed into my mind now. I have never seen anything like it. For some reason I started crying after seeing it. Did the forces that shape time or something just merge and I saw something from back then? I don't know, I've even been on the same spot from this trip, and there's never a trace of it, not even the body of the deer or tyre tracks from the police car that could be seen. Like a breeze, it was gone. A thing so out of place it could not have been from its surroundings. I have no answers to any of these questions. Only a lack of closure for something that's scarring my brain.